Message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time? to the development of the brain and mind of a little child. We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem.
A pleasant morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Welcome to day 2 of the ECC's third Professional Development Institute. Under the theme Innovation in Early Childhood Development from Vision to Action. My name is Carrion Thomas. I'll be your moderator for track 2, Early Learning and Care. Thank you all for being here. We had a great day yesterday. We had some great sessions delivered to us. It was a wealth of knowledge from our facilitators. We want to just thank them for sharing their insights on this platform. We will have throughout the day on the program a plenary session, toxic stress, its effects on young children, and Watch Me Grow, why observation as authentic assessment for infants and toddlers. For the morning sessions, we break at 12 for lunch and return promptly at 12:50 p.m., where we have 3 other sessions: temperaments of young children, Millie Movers, toddlers talk show, and early literacy for infants and toddlers. I hope you enjoy the sessions today. For our morning session, the plenary, toxic stress, its effect on young children. Let's meet our panelists. I have with me Dr. Rebecca Tortello, Dr. Anna Erie, and Dr. Miguel Barco. Our facilitator for this session is Mrs. Tanika Monroe Baker. She will be leading the discussion. Mrs. Monroe Baker is an early childhood inspector with the Early Childhood Commission. She has held this post for the last 10.5 years in Region 2, specifically in the parish of St. Mary. Throughout her tenure, she has conducted hundreds of inspections in all types of early childhood institutions across 3 parishes. These inspections were geared towards assessing each institution compliance with national laws. Prior to this, she gained experience as a classroom teacher spanning early childhood to secondary education. Her experience was garnered in Jamaica as well as in the suburbs of London. Mrs. Baker also gained valuable customer service experience during her tenure as a customer service representative with a commercial bank. Mrs. Baker successfully read for a Master of Science degree in Curriculum and Instruction from Florida International University, a Bachelor's of Science degree in Communication Studies from NCU, and a Diploma in Primary Education from the College of Agriculture, Science and Education. Her education philosophy is steeped in constructivism and discovery learning. As such, Benjamin Franklin's quote, which says, "Tell me and I'll forget, show me and I may remember, involve me and I learn," aptly describes her approach. Dr. Tortello, it's my pleasure to share. She has been, for the last 5 years, serving as the education specialist at UNICEF Jamaica. For the past 15 years, Dr. Tortello has regularly lectured at the University of the West Indies in the Department of Education and is the author of a number of articles on education. Dr. Tortello has also worked with the Jamaican government as senior advisor, consultant to the Minister of Education, directed the Spanish Jamaican Foundation, and served on numerous boards, including the ECCs and the Jamaica Commission for UNESCO, the Jamaica Library Service, and the Institute of Jamaica. She holds a PhD in education from Columbia University, a master's in education from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, a bachelor's degree in history and literature in 1991 from Harvard College. Dr. Tortello has written a popular Jamaican history book, Pieces of the Past, a number of children's picture books, and edited a number of early childhood teacher workbook series in schools across Jamaica. She is married to Dr. Jonathan Greenland and they have two wonderful children, Rise and Maria. Dr. Airy, Assistant Professor, CPNP, PC, APNRN, DNP, Family Nurse Practitioner Program, Ron and Kathy, A-Staff College of Nursery, Nova Southern Eastern University, Palm Beach campus. Dr. Airy has worked for more than 20 years as a staff nurse and nurse manager, primarily in pediatric critical care units and emergency departments. She has also developed and implemented pediatric and adult primary care mobile health services for the underserved within the South Broward Hospital District. Dr. Harry has worked as a certified pediatric nurse practitioner in the primary care setting for more than 12 years within the vulnerable and underserved and the advantaged community within the North Dade and South Broward communities. Her current work responsibilities include being a full-time assistant professor in the Nova Southeastern University Family Nurse Practitioner Program and providing primary care for services for pediatric patients and their families as a certified pediatric nurse practitioner. Her passion for community services inspires Dr. Airy to coordinate and go on health mission trips to Jamaica and Haiti, organize various projects for the Baptist Children Home and the monthly blood pressure, sugar screening programs at the Christ Way Baptist Church, Miramar, Florida. However, Dr. Airy's greatest accomplishment and commitment is her service to God and the church. Dr. Airy is a proud mother, and grandmother of one son, two daughters, two grandsons, and one granddaughter, respectively. Dr. Barker hails from Anata Bay, St. Mary, Jamaica. He attended Anata Bay All Age, St. Mary High, Pasley Gardens Teachers College, and UWI. Dr. Barker is an elected fellow from the Institute of Mathematics, UK, IMA, and the Association for the Advancement of International Education. He holds an international baccalaureate, GCSE, IMA, IMYC, and UK national curriculum experience. Dr. Barker is a researcher in schools leadership, an assessor of national professional qualification for senior and middle leaders. He is a conference presenter on critical thinking, systems thinking, ethical leadership, and curriculum innovation. Dr. Barker is the co-host of EduTalk with Dr. Dwayne Dice, a bi-weekly talk show focused on educational issues. We had Dr. Dice here yesterday presenting for us. He is the chairman of the Jamaica Middle East Diaspora Educational Task Force, in which he delivered tablets to ECIs during COVID-19 and hosts maths clinics for primary students. He has 28 years in the field of education within the UK, Jamaica, and Oman. Dr. Barker is currently the school principal at ABA Oman International School. He enjoys the games of Scrabble and chess, and Dr. Barker is married with 4 children. Now, today's session, the discussion will explore toxic stress during early period of development and how it affects the developing brain of infants and toddlers. The panel will explore how early experience impacts future development and look at the critical role of caregivers in providing a nurturing environment for young children. Please be reminded to type all your questions and comments in the chat, and also visit the ECC's website to gain access to the evaluation form. I now hand over to our panelists. Thank you so much and enjoy.
Thank you so much, Miss Carrie-Ann Thomas, for those flattering introductions. With all of that wealth of knowledge on the panel today, I am sure that we are going to be having a robust, informative discussion on toxic stress. So welcome to the panelists again, and welcome to the participants of today's session. As you heard, it's entitled Toxic Stress and its Effects on Young Children, right? Now we're gonna go straight into the discussion. Usually when we think of stress, culturally and typically, we don't usually associate stress with children. We usually think, you know, what do they have to stress about? They're fed, they're clothed, they have no responsibilities. They don't have to worry about what they're gonna eat, what they're gonna wear. So how can they be stressed? That's a typical way in which we usually think of stress. But today we are going to learn that stress can indeed affect children and affect them significantly. So to begin the discussion, I want to invite Dr. Tortello to just tell me, how would you define toxic stress?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you are. I know we're beaming worldwide, and good morning especially, or hello to my fellow panelists. So toxic stress is not a new phenomenon. We've known about it in the medical field and more increasingly so in the education field since the 1990s. Many of you may have heard of a term, an acronym called ACEs, or Adverse Childhood Experiences. And so toxic stress is linked to ACEs, right? So as Tanika said, we all experience stress, and children certainly do experience stress. Unfortunately, not all of our children necessarily, depending on their home circumstances, are assured of them getting a regular meal or 3 regular meals or whatever it may be, or they may be living in unstable conditions, violent conditions, moving between different homes. So there's not enough stability in their lives, and those things can cause stress. Now, an important thing to remember about stress is that it's a natural phenomenon. We all experience stress. You know, it's a little stressful to be here this morning doing this presentation to how many people we don't know, right? But that's not a negative type of stress. That's a positive. You feel the adrenaline, your body rallies, you do the best you can. You know that it's going to be time bound. It's going to start at 9:15 and end at this time, and then you'll reflect and you will grow. It'll be a learning experience. When stress becomes toxic is when you have these repeated negative influences or experiences in your life, and there's no time limit. They seem to keep going on, or they escalate, and there's no one stable or more than one stable adult or another person in your life who can help you to mitigate it, to come back, to recoup, to recover. And the thing about toxic stress is that if it happens in early childhood, the impacts are the most devastating. In other words, they have the most long-lasting impacts, because it's the time of life, as I'm sure we have been discussing, when all the synapses in your brain are connecting, developing at the fastest rate ever that we experience in our lives. And it can affect the creation of those synapses. It can reduce the capacity to make those links. And it can have negative health effects, which I'm sure Dr. Airy will add on. Later on in life, you can have children who have experienced toxic stress in early childhood are more likely to experience in adulthood cardiovascular illness, immune system problems, diabetes, hypertension, be more susceptible to, drug use, all kinds of negative things, drug use, etc. Right? So what we want to do is minimize toxic stress, prevent toxic stress actually, and then minimize it if it happens. And that requires a lot of partnership between the health and the education system.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tortello. And in that definition, you have brought out a lot of causes of toxic stress. You mentioned violence and undernutrition. And it's also important for us to note that when it happens
within the early childhood years, that for me was the most profound thing that she said. Once it happens in early childhood, then the effects are significant. It goes with the child throughout the child's life. So Dr. Airy, I just want to bring you into the discussion by asking, what are some of the causes of toxic stress on the fetus, as well as on the infants and toddlers in particular?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this discussion. I am very privileged to do this, and Dr. Tortella did an awesome job of segueing into this aspect of our discussion. The causes of toxic stress start outside of the actual fetus. If mommy does not have good nutrition, if there is drug or alcohol abuse, if there's actual physical abuse to the mother, then it predisposes the fetus to premature birth. Also, there's insult to the fetus. So as Dr. Tortella alluded to, the synapses in the brain, because of this insult to the fetus, brain development now is impacted. Synapses do not develop appropriately. Therefore, if the child is born prematurely, which would be a result of those insults to the fetus, the premature birth is defined as birth before 37 weeks of pregnancy. If the child is born premature, those synapses don't get to form properly. It's like a cake. You bake the cake, take it out too early. The outside look like it's baked, but when the inside isn't baked. And that is exactly what happens to the brain. The synapses don't get to develop appropriately. Therefore, it impacts the child's ability as the child develops on how to adapt and recover from stressors. The normal process, had the child been allowed to go through the full 39 to 40 weeks of pregnancy to allow for proper brain development. Those causes of the toxic stress then predisposes the child to other types of conditions, cerebral palsy, other physical development. One of them, the significantly so there was a recent, I guess it's a part of this project now, where there are quite a few interventions at the Children's Hospital related to cerebral palsy, and teaching them and ensuring that everyone gets braces. Those children may have been exposed to some of these toxic stressors that cause them to be born prior to full development. So, you know, it is a very significant factor that we need to identify the interventions and provide them to prevent this from happening to the fetus. Poor nutrition, proper prenatal visits. We need to ensure that our mothers, once they have identified that they're pregnant, that they seek the appropriate prenatal care. Counseling on drug and or alcohol use during pregnancy, helping the families to have the proper identify their stressors so that they themselves are not exposed to the stressors that would predispose the fetus to premature birth. The infant, in infancy, the song or statement of children live what they learn. Infants, they will mimic behaviors that they're exposed to. And being exposed to violence, being exposed to inappropriate interactions, being exposed to different types of traumas, gun shooting, deaths, aggression, inappropriate interaction between between neighbors, between family members. Those things leave impressions on the child. And with all those things coming in at one time, if the child does not have an adult, a caregiver, or someone that can help them to regroup, help them to process all that has happened, all of those things will linger and predispose the child to having experienced a toxic stress syndrome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arian. You have said so much about how toxic stress affects the child physically. Now we want to look at how it affects brain development. And so I'm going to invite our only gentleman today on the panel, Dr. Barker, to expound on what impact does toxic stress have on brain development during infancy and that stage. You are muted, Dr. Barker.
Okay, thank you very much. As my fellow panelists have already said, I want to just express my thanks just to be on this panel and also being given the opportunity to share in this space on such an important topic. So at the risk of repeating some of the key points that has been said already by Dr. Tortella and Dr. Airy, I will try to focus a little bit, as you said, on the brain and its development and the impact of toxic stress on that. So one of the things that is a common term that you'll see in the research is about the impact that toxic stress on the brain's architecture. And that's a key thing to keep in mind, because obviously, as my fellow panelists have highlighted, there are a lot of ongoing pieces that are later stage developmental pieces that are connected to what happens in the early stages of toxic stress. But just being mindful that, these are, and I want to just keep that in mind, first of all, because I don't want it to sound as if every stress can affect this. And I know that Dr. Tortella has already pointed out pretty much abuse, neglect, family dysfunction. These are the key kind of things that do bring on this kind of toxicity that we're talking about with this type of stress. And so what happens, because these are prolonged things, it is important, because they are prolonged. Abuse normally is something that goes over time, physical, emotional abuse. Neglect, a child who maybe is malnutrition or even emotional neglect, anything like that. Those things are long-term effects. And family dysfunction, separation, single-parent homes, these are the kind of things. Because they are long-term effects, they do affect the evolution, the development part of the brain in a very permanent way. And this is why this is something that we have to be mindful of as we, even as educators, as we work with students and see what's happening. So the thing is, the brain is built over time. It does not mean one moment. So that's very important to keep in mind. It is built over time. And so because of this long period of development and this long period of stress, the brain begins to form itself to match the situation that it is facing at the time. So what would have constituted to be normal development without that kind of stress, the brain is now trying to solve the problems that it faces as it develops. And so things that would have normally be simply done because of the toxic stress, it may not even do those simple stuff. And then because it doesn't do the simple connections, we're talking about the synapse, the neural connections that are supposed to happen in the brain, it ends up at times even in many ways affected the process by which it develops the more complex parts of the brain. And so as we think about how the brain functions, because there are so many connections and some of the connections are reliant on other connections being exactly how they're supposed to be, it creates these problems in terms of the later development of the child. The second part of it also, as the brain is developed, you have to remember that no one is the same. So we're coming with our genetic dispositions as well. So when we bring that into that toxicity, some children may even be able to override some of the issues that they face even with a genetic disposition, but that toxic stress somehow puts them back, maybe even to worse situations that they have to deal with later. So there are so many, impacts on the brain's architecture, that it's obvious that if the child is not in an environment that is optimal for the brain to develop, that's even prenatal. If it's not an environment, then the impact of that on its actual development is not a surprise. It's just not a surprise. And so we have to just keep that in mind that, especially the toxic pieces, the abuse and neglect, the family dysfunction, those are the kind of things that we have to be mindful of. And I think once you start thinking about that, you'll see that the nature just for survival, the brain is going to build an architecture that enables the individual to survive what it believes to be actually the normal state of being. And so that is why this is critical for us to understand how toxic stress affects brain development.
In your response, you mentioned that something about that is why we have to understand the students that come to us. And that's exactly where I want to go now. So we know that toxic stress affects the children brain development and their physical development, as well as was mentioned by other panelists. So we want to take it into the classroom now. How can toxic stress, Dr. Barker, affect young children's learning?
All right, so I think there is obviously, if the brain isn't developed, because the thing is, the reality of it, the majority of our students enter schools that has a system that suggests that everyone develops equally. So you're in grade 1, that's your grade, everybody is supposed to be able to do these things. Now, there are schools of thought about what people are supposed to be doing. You have the Piagetian school of thought, you have the Vygotskian school of thought, social psychology school of thought about how development should be. But what is certain is that in as much as they differ in terms of certain operational pieces that children should be able to do, they certainly agree about where they should be in terms of the synaptic formation, the neural connections, what people are supposed to be doing at a particular time. So when they enter the classroom, the issue is that when a teacher walks into a classroom, the teacher does not teach the hands, the feet, any other part of the body except the brain. That's the only part that the teacher is actually interacting with. We might believe that the hand gestures mean something, but everything is dependent on how the brain receives that information, which is the entire philosophy of brain-based learning. So the fact is, the brain makes a decision about what is important to learn, what is important for survival, what is important for emotional connections. And so if the child's development is in any way hindered, what's going to happen is that even if the teacher is teaching at the level that is supposed to be the assumed level for that age, for example, that child, because of that, let's say, retardation in growth and development, will find learning difficult. Now, that is really the piece that really manifests itself in the classroom. So in a Jamaican sense, we might say the child is dunce, we might say the child is, we find terminologies to explain why this is, but what we may do is ignore the impact of, for example, a dysfunction in the family house or of a parent being incarcerated for a long period of time. So the effect on learning is certainly biological in the sense that they literally might not be in a space at the developmental stage in order to access even the best intentions of the teacher. So once we look at the theories of brain-based learning, we'll understand why, when the lesson is being developed, if it is pitched at the brain and the brain is not in a position to accept the communication, accept the prompts, the triggers, then the learning will not begin, because obviously learning begins with motivation. And if it's not there and it's not able to access that, then so this is how it manifests itself in the classroom in many, many ways. And then we'll see the behavioral impacts that may follow from that.
And as you segue into the behavioral, how it manifests behaviorally for children, I want to go there in terms of what does it look like when in a classroom setting, when a child is impacted by toxic stress, what does that child's behavior look like?
Well, well, it's maybe not easy to identify the fact that toxic stress is causing that behavior to manifest itself, because I think the difficulty is that there might not be a specific behavior that is connected to toxic stress. But what we might find is that the child is not able to access the learning. And the fact is, if a child is sitting in a classroom and is not able to access the learning, that due to the teacher's maybe unawareness of the child's developmental stage, and the teachers also, the training of the teacher, that this is what is age appropriate for this age level, the child is in a classroom that is certainly almost like a forest for them. You know, they're lost. And what happens when you're lost? You're disoriented, you're disengaged, you're disconnected. You're going to start to seek even attention, because if you're experiencing, for example, neglect, then you're going to seek attention in order to, your brain is fighting, you know, against into what it believes it should be. If you're experiencing abuse, you might even come to school and repeat that if you think it's normal. So I don't believe that it's possible to know it is toxic stress, but there are certainly certain behaviors that manifest themselves in the classroom as a disconnection with what's happening in the learning space, that teachers can begin to say, is this connected to toxic stress? And so that's where that piece, because at times we tend to go, they're done, the parents doesn't help them, they don't come to school regularly, this child smells, that you know, it's that kind of thing. And sometimes we need to go a little deeper as educators in order to understand that perhaps, and it might even go as far as what Dr. Erie talked about, that it is even prenatal. And sometimes that happens before, and then the child is born and everything's normal now. And then we don't realize how they might have been impacted even from child's birth. So it just means that in the learning environment, those behaviors are there, but it also says that why the role of a teacher is so challenging. That's one of the reasons why the role of a teacher is so challenging, because while we get 30 of them, it's not like a box of matches where all of them are the exact same. Yeah, it's not like that. They all light at their own time and they all have their own challenges. And I think that's the challenge that we face in the classroom. So it's obvious that this is happening. And as I said, it's difficult to know if it's toxic stress, which is why we need to know about it.
Thank you so much. I particularly like the analogy of the box of matches. I never thought of it that way, but it makes sense. Everybody's lighting at their own pace. I want to get your feedback on how toxic stress may be noticeable in the classroom, Dr. Tortello. How do you think, what are some of the ways that you think it may manifest itself in the classroom?
Okay, well, to pick up on what has been said, basically, it's really important that as best as we can, as teachers, as practitioners, that we seek to know our children, seek to know our students and their families, their home situations. So if you see a change in a child's behavior, a child who was relatively calm before is now become more irritable, or is lashing out at other children in different, very frequently, is using language that clearly sounds as if he or she is repeating something that has been heard, that sounds older, or even observing the children. If you give them opportunities to play, which we're all hoping that all children are having their opportunities to play regularly every day in early childhood classrooms. This is, we passed the month of play, but every day and every month is a play month and a play day. So play is actually one of the ways that you can observe the children, and in their role playing, you might see them either shut down or enact situations that might be red flags, or things that they draw, or the ways in which they might respond to stories. So it's all about how they respond to you, or they're not responding to you at all. They were responding to you and now they're not responding to you. So what are some of the things you do? So one of the things that's recommended is you use what's called the HALT method, HALT. So you try to determine, is the child hungry? Is the child angry for some reason? Was it that another child upset the child just in that moment, on that day? Is the child lonely? Is the child tired? And if you can rule out those, then you go to the next level of investigation, right? It's not any of those things. So this type of investigation, again, starts with how well you know the children, how well you understand stages of child development, because we tend to believe that 2-year-olds are just going to willingly share their toys or share their whatever they're playing with, whether it's a toy or whatever they have. And when they don't share it, we tend to get upset and start to berate the child, or admonish the child, oh, it's important why you didn't do this, and so on. So stages of, it's just not normal in child developmental stages for a 2-year-old to be able to conceptualize what it means to share. It's not that they're meaning in any bad way not sharing. It's that they don't understand the concept, because at 2, your world is really about you, right? You're just learning, and that's the stage that you're at. So making sure that our teachers have a good, and helping our parents to have a good understanding of the stages of child development, so that we can also gauge and guide our interactions with our children is very important. And once you understand the stages, you can also better understand whether they're acting different from that particular stage, right? And then that might be a red flag for you to hone in on and do further investigation. As was said, it's really important to raise awareness of this concept of toxic stress and reiterate the importance of all children having at least one stable, positive adult relationship. There's this phrase that's used called serve and volley response. So, you know, the serve is played and it's volleyed back, and you know that it's always going to be volleyed back, or it's always going to be returned. And so there's that stability. So the consistency, the stability, the sameness of the environment, the positivity of the environment, both in terms of how the environment looks, in terms of the interactions between the teachers and students, between the parents and students. That's what we were striving for, right? That's the ideal. And somebody put in the chat the importance of the environment, and it's critical because it impacts on our subconscious. And if it underscores how important the role is of our teachers, right? So it's, yes, we're teaching them, we're hoping to develop their brains and their whole bodies, their mind and body. But this role as potentially one stable, positive adult cannot be overemphasized. And so we have to take care of the teachers too. So it's all about mental health and wellness, good nutrition, proper exercise, outside, nature, nurture, give the children access to plants, to gardens if we have them, to parks if we have them, to playgrounds if we have them, maybe have a pet in the classroom, things that allow you to build these relationships that can become stable and positive. Helped him. I've gone from the cause to the response, but you were asking me, how do we know? It's really about, it starts with knowing your students and then looking for things that are out of the norm. What red flags might appear, and then it requires further investigation. So that's my summary of that question.
Thank you so much. And within the response, I'm getting that there are things that practitioners can do. For example, you mentioned helping parents to understand the stages of development, which I think is critical, because that in itself will inform, you know, the response that you have to something that a child is doing. And that serve and volley response is very important. I want to just note that the commission, at the Early Childhood Commission, or standards of operation, we have 12 standards, and one of them deals with interactions and relationships with children. And that is where we ensure that we promote positive behavior in the classroom. So things like ensuring that the children have a safe learning environment, that the adults that are supervising are calm, that they're pleasant, that they show appropriate physical affection, and those sorts of things. And prohibiting the use of corporal punishment in the learning environment by both the teachers and parents is critical to ensuring that the children are surviving and they are learning in a positive environment that is going to provide for optimal development. And that brings me now to, so we have noticed in the classroom that this child is acting up. The teacher has done her investigation and she has noted that it's more than using the HALT method. She has used it and she has come up with nothing. She recognizes that it's something more. Dr. Airy, medically, what are some treatment options that are available for a child who may be experiencing toxic stress?
Okay, so management of toxic stress is a very overwhelming and dynamic process. As Dr. Baker alluded to earlier, it's like a matchbox. Each stick of match and each child has a different cause of the toxic stress. So we have to use a multimodal approach. because without the multimodal approach, you would not be able, there may be a missing link that was not identified. So it starts from the classroom teacher may be the one that is the first one that has identified that there is something going on, because little Johnny may not be responding appropriately. One day he's a nice, bubbly kid, and then in the next day he's into himself, or he may be aggressive, acting out. Something happened at home. So from the teacher's investigation, then also the teacher will have to then go a step further. It may need to be bringing in the parent to discuss, or the caregiver to find out what the issue is. It may also be the public health nurse, the pediatrician, the doctor. They go in for a visit and they notice that just from basic assessment and the child not meeting the appropriate developmental milestones, that there is something going on. Further investigation identifies that there is a significant problem that needs to be addressed. If the child is not exposed to proper nutrition, because of malnutrition, the child may not be performing, may not be developing physically, as well as be engaged and meeting those basic tasks of development, as well as performance in the classroom, meeting test scores and stuff like that, that may be also related to poor nutrition. So this is why it is a multimodal approach. The classroom teachers, the physicians, the caretakers, they may identify that the child is, when the child comes home, the child is not the usual self. Everyone needs to be involved. Then going from that baseline level, then we may have to go into other disciplines. We may need to have a behavioral therapist, a psychiatrist, a social worker, all of those individuals that would be better able to identify what the problem is related to that discipline, establish a treatment plan, and then everyone work together with the approach that will be used to address the issue. The physician, the public health nurse, the teacher, the nutritionist, everyone knowing that little Johnny has these problems, and these are the different approaches that we will use to address it. And very, very important in all of that is the need for continued follow-up to evaluate, is this working? What else can be used? What other approaches? Because as you identify these different problems, then the appropriate other things may be identified that need others. Another thing that is very significant sometimes is hearing and vision deficits, that the child overcompensates with the behavior, and that may have been caused because of some developmental insult that caused that. So this is why to say that there is a specific medical treatment, it would not be, because each child is different, each condition is different, and it's a multimodal approach. Once that multimodal approach is implemented, then the specific medical interventions can be put in place.
That's what you said in terms of not having a specific treatment option for that makes sense. And I think one of the most important things that you mentioned is the identification, starting in the classroom where the teacher is able to identify that this student is struggling and this student needs support, to go into the collaboration with the parents and the guardians and the other stakeholders, to the medical practitioners doing their own assessment, and you bring in the other persons who as the case may be, you may need a psychiatrist, you may need a psychologist or a social worker. So a multimodal approach is what we're going for. I want to just underscore that in the classrooms, teachers are required to note the children's interests and needs and what they're struggling with on a weekly and monthly basis in some situations. So I just want to underscore the importance of them doing that continuously, because then you can have something written to go back to say, okay, last week he was this way. Because if you have 20 children in your classroom or 30, you may not always remember what happened the day before, never mind last week. So it's important for you to have those anecdotal records to draw on so that you can raise the red flag to say, hey, I have Johnny in my class and Johnny has been acting a little differently than he usually does. I don't know if any panelist would like to add anything to what Dr. Airy has said in terms of treatment options, or what the practitioners can do. How can they refer these students? Where can they refer them? What's the best approach? I don't know if you would like to add anything else.
Well, I think what you were pointing out about the teachers, the practitioners keeping a record of their observations of the children is a very important point, because the health system and education system would refer back to that. It's also important for the families to have that type of record as well, and to possibly involve the families if you get to that stage, so that you can hear what's happening at home. For example, is a child who was not wetting his bed now wetting his bed? What could that mean? What could have triggered that? Because it is a partnership between the home, the school, and the community. And then how you would be, that's what education is. It's a partnership between, and should be, between the home, school, and the community. So it would depend on what services are available in the community. So it's important for the schools to be aware of that. For example, UNICEF has on our site a directory of services which has been updated, and it's keyed by type of service. So early childhood services are noted as early childhood services, or organizations that offer early childhood services, and it's by parish. It's disaggregated by parish and type of service. So there's that resource that can help a school to say, well, just down the road, there's this clinic, or and there's contact information. So that kind of resource needs to be shared more broadly. People need to know it's available. In the classroom, it's important for the teachers, again, to maintain a stable environment, an environment that is positive, nurturing, loving, caring, kind, that children are being paid attention to, that they're being asked to participate if they're willing to participate. If they're not willing to participate, then you try to figure out why that might be. That's fun, that's play-based. Music is used, there's nurturing or calming colors, there's modulation of types of your voice, so it's you have the children are not going into classrooms where they're being shouted at. So maybe it's easier to describe what we should not be doing as well. No shouting, no hitting, no berating, no isolating. It's all about inclusion. It's about being active. It's about being multisensory. It's about being supportive, nurturing, giving the children responsibility, praising the children, reinforcing, and showing up every day as best as you can, present in the classroom to live out that role as very important, very critical role as the stable adult in that child's life. Somebody put in the chat that there can be notes made in the Child Health Development Passport, also another very important tool that the ECC and the Ministry of Health use. Jamaica is one of, not every country in the world has a Child Health Development Passport, and it is one of the first steps in our early screening, identification and referral pathway, which is being built out and filled out. Another one is the family at-risk screening tool, and that will also help us. So in the health system, we will start to be able to do at-risk screenings and then provide home visits and greater support to families who might be at risk of moving into a more toxic living environment that could then impact the child, and have the stress build up in the child to the points where, it becomes something that impacts their future development, which we really do not. We want to try to prevent as best as we can. Another person had put in the chat, what are the emotional effects? So you've heard some of them be answered, with the child might withdraw. There are studies that have shown that children that have been exposed to toxic stress in early childhood have, let me get it right, what percentage? 4 times more likely to be depressed in adulthood, 8 times more likely to become an alcoholic, 20 times more likely to turn to drug use. So again, it's important that we share and make sure that we encourage greater understanding of toxic stress and adverse child experiences. Most parents, all parents, want the best for their children. They do. And what our role is to try and support them to find the resources where they can get the information to help their children as best as possible. The National Parenting Support Commission is about to create its website with support from UNICEF. It has parent education programs, parents' places in many ECIs, which are supposed to be able to give information. There's the 1000-day app the ECC has. A lot of these are UNICEF supported as well, having been a longstanding partner in the sector. So if you don't remember anything, if you can't remember all of this from today, if you take away a few key points, in the classroom, it's important to be aware, to be able to interact, to create nurturing positive relationships with your students as best as possible, however that means for you, whatever it means for you, with whatever resources you can, and that it's stable and consistent.
Thank you so much.
One thing I'd like to also add to Dr. Tortello's statement is, and it relates to one of the statements in the chat, is that some parents are not, they do not accept constructive criticism about their child's behavior. And this is where it is hard to be told that your child has a problem, especially if you yourself, if the home environment is one that is not where there is a stable environment, and the home environment is one that has multiple overwhelming stressors. Children absorb that. They take it into the classroom. The parent, at the time that you may send that report home or approach the parent about the condition, the behavior of the child, maybe when that household environment stressor is to the sky. So to approach the parent at that time, it may be received in a very defensive manner. And one of the ways, unfortunately, I've left Jamaica for so long, but I come home very often. One of the ways that would be is to establish relationships at the beginning of the school year or school semester or term with parents, so that as these different issues are identified, you can still approach the parent or the caregiver in a way that well, this is not the way Miss Airy is normally, something must be really going on, so that you can, using different types of communication skills to navigate that stressor and be better able to support the parent with the issue that has been identified, and supporting the parent and the child with addressing it. Because it may be they're kicked out of their home. It may be that the child witnessed the parent being physically abused. It may be that there was a gun shooting right there. They witnessed someone being killed. So, all of those things the approach to the parent may facilitate a better acceptance of what is going on. And probably at that moment, it may not be the best moment, but to say, Miss Airy, I would like to, when can we meet to discuss some concerns about little Johnny's progress in school, not specific to the behavior, but then when you sit down to discuss this progress, well, based on what I'm seeing, these are the behaviors that may be impacting little Johnny's progress. And then just by your open-ended questions and conversation with the parent, it may be able to bring out and highlight some of these stressors that is causing Johnny's behavioral issues, and then help to identify. And like Dr. Tortella, I'm so glad that we have all these programs that are available. And I hope that it lists specific, like hearing, vision screening, behavioral health, behavioral therapy and all of that, so that, they know that, oh, well, I can call this number. I can go to Children's, I can go to UIC, wherever, to get the help that I need. And the classroom teachers has it readily available, so that they are not, the problem isn't identified, but then they don't know how to access the available resources to help them with it. So my bottom line to all of that is having a positive parental relationship or caregiver relationship, so that you can identify interventions and support the best outcome for the child.
Thank you, Dr. Airy. Just before you comment, Dr. Barker, at the Commission, we have a whole standard that's dedicated to interactions with parents, and it's a part of the standards stipulates that schools must have pre and post consultation meetings with parents, so that they can develop and forge those relationships. So should anything negative, quote unquote negative, come up, then they have a strong enough relationship to be able to go to the parent and say, I have been noticing something, and it's not taken in a way that that is so negative. And as you said, if you have a good relationship with the parent, and you know your parent, and you've been communicating with your parent, then you will know when you get a response that is off, and you may know that, okay, maybe I need to approach it in a different way. Maybe something is happening in the home. So we want to encourage that. Dr. Barker, you want to add?
Well, one, I'd like to underline some of the points that my fellow panelists are making. I think I'm in total agreement, and it's clear that each of the panelists beside me are bringing different kind of experiences to the table that even I myself am recognizing the plethora of projects and support mechanism that exists in Jamaica to support early childhood and the development of students and their learning as an outcome. It does, in some ways, this might be a segue into away from the conversation, but more looking at the future in that sense, because it's clear that there might be something that we can take away from this beyond knowledge about the toxic stress, but a little bit about maybe the direction that we can take this. So one thing that I'm mindful of is to what extent is teacher training preparing teachers for something that is clearly an obvious piece existing in Jamaica. I mean, you look at the data, we know that a large percentage of Jamaican children experience physical abuse in terms of corporal punishment, will be spoken to in a manner that leaves them with some form of emotional trauma. We know that there are many households that have parents that are either disappearing fathers, absentee fathers, parents who are incarcerated, as Dr. Airy mentioned, people seeing crime being committed of very permanent natures, family members, and so on. So to what extent does our teacher training curriculum is preparing our teachers to handle this kind of diversity of stage stage of development in their classroom. And so, because at the end of the day, the teacher still has a responsibility to produce. And so we need to equip them. We need to give them the kind of self-efficacy in order to address these issues when they're identified. Second part of it is, it was difficult for me as I was looking at this to find research. Our researchers at the University of the West Indies and our practitioners and so on, to what extent are they researching so that the references that I use to describe and put forward solutions are relatable to Jamaica? Because sometimes you can go and read on the Harvard Harvard Graduate School, the Harvard Project Zero. You can go and read a research from Europe or so on. But the context that these are prepared are not relatable to Jamaica. So I'm asking, in order for this to be a way forward, we want to hear what the researchers who are having all, are doing in that field, so that when we're having these conversations, we can cite sources that refer to particular situations in Jamaica and say, here, for example, is a case study that was dealt with, and here is how we move forward. So we want to see more of that. I'm not saying there's none. Want to see more of that. Certainly, we know that there's an underinvestment in the early childhood sector. There's no question that while there, and whether it's underinvested deliberately or based on just what is available, I couldn't speak confidently about that. But we certainly know that a lot of our early childhood teachers are either trained, are not necessarily trained to the level that they need to be trained, and the investment isn't there to make training accessible in many ways. So what we have is a kind of perfect storm building, right? We have an area where the earliest stage of development, we have a condition and environment where there is clearly, due to certain cultural norms and so on, students do experience this kind of toxic stress. But the people who are at the chalk face, right at the front of the battle, might not be equipped to deal with it when it arrives in that space. And then the other part of it, and I know that Dr. Tortella cite a number of resources that are available, but at times I wonder to what extent those are, fully known, and it is set up in such a way that people can actually use them. Because I know for a fact, I'm in the UK, and there are people, these are available, and people don't know. They will even tell you it does not exist. And then when you show them, they might even refuse to believe it, because the way that they're structured and the belief systems are there. Now, we also need to have ongoing systems, and you might say it exists, that assess and promote and support the well-being of children. We need to make sure that those are embedded in the system. We cannot ever ignore the social impact of this toxic stress. Cannot ever ignore that. Someone asked about the emotional pieces. And then my final piece, so awareness is one thing that I wanted to talk about, those things that exist to support teachers and making sure that the UNESCO people are in and around the workshops. And maybe this is an example of where this happens, but we need to make sure that's happening. And then the final piece is the standards that you mentioned, moderator, that those 12 standards, one of the issues that when I look at it, I find that we know that there are registered institutions and some which are yet to raise the level to be able to be granted the kind of, that kind of mark to say that you have reached that level of providing the level of education the Early Childhood Commission believes it's enough. We need to create incentives so that these organizations can push into those spaces and say, can I get those 12 standards? Because they might get 3 and they might get 2.5 of another one. So we need to look, looking at the future, what strategies are in place within our organizations to ensure that students, when they go into an early childhood institution, they have the people, the tools, the infrastructure, the mindset in order to ensure that they can overcome this toxic stress. Because at the end of the day, they have to.
Dr. Baraka, you have given us so much to think about, so much things that we can and are working on, so much to think about in terms of the teacher training, the research supporting the teachers and ensuring that there's awareness in terms of what's available and where persons can go to get help for children who may be experiencing issues. One of the things that we're going to segue now into the question and answer segment. We have a number of questions that have been posted in the chat, and I'm going to start with one that was mentioned by Dr. Barker a while ago. It says, Alafia Sparks is asking, do we have any Jamaican research on early years toxic stress or emotional development? Dr. Tartell, I see you shaking your head. You want to respond to that question?
Yes, so we do. We have the birth cohort study, the Jamaica Kids study, looked at that, along with a host of other issues in early childhood, and that data is still being mined and used and being used to guide policy development and programming. We have the age 4 assessment, which was on hold because of COVID. It's an assessment that also includes the ages and stages questionnaire, which is the Jamaican version. So it was adapted, validated, reliability tested, all of that was done. It's going to be administered again this June, I believe. And it's, when I say administered, this is not a test that the children sit down and they fill out answers and circle things. It's not like that. It's the teachers observing the students doing their normal daily activities and using a checklist and then reporting on that. And then that data is analyzed. And there are a lot of steps being taken to make that data, enable that data to be analyzed faster, more in real time, to be able to get the data back to the school system, to be able to implement actions that are data driven. So there's the age 4. So this early screening identification and referral pathway begins before birth with the prenatal checkups and so on, then at birth with the child health development passport, which itself is to be used as a screening tool, is currently being updated, and it's about 10 years old now, developed by the ECC, UNICEF supported, it's being updated. It's every child born, doesn't matter where they're born in Jamaica, gets that passport. It's used to refer to when you enter school. It has not been used as effectively as possible as a screening tool, and that the hope is that that will change now after it was evaluated and guidance was developed, recommendations were developed to strengthen its use as a screening tool. Then you have the age 4, then you have the grade 1 individual learning profile, which is not a diagnostic test, but is a check-in. Where are you at that point in time when that assessment is given? And that data is given straight to the teachers. The teachers administer that tool, and it's given straight to the teachers. So the hope is that they use that. And so there are lots of different points in the journey where red flags could be raised from a national level, but that only sits at sort of an audit level on top of what we've been talking about with the students and teachers interacting, creating their relationships on a one-on-one, at the ground level in the classroom and in the community with the parents. They're also the scale up right now of the IRE Classroom Toolbox, which is an evidence-based intervention methodology, I should say, that is emotionally supportive and is directly linked to reducing violence against children. So it instructs practitioners at the in-service level right now. It has not gone to the pre-service level, which Dr. Barker was talking about. At the in-service level, how to create these interactions that are positive, how to scaffold the learning, how to use positive reinforcement. It has specific literacy and numeracy content, as well as just basic general material that's linked to the ECC's national curriculum and goes from the brain builder age on up to age 5. So from 1 to 5, right? And there's a companion, IRE Homes, that is being rolled out, getting ready to be rolled out, also evidence-based. These approaches have been tested. It isn't that somebody just came up with the idea and said, let us try this. They came up with the idea, they rolled it, they mulled on it, they fixed, they improved on it. Then they ran it, they tested it in control studies to see what happened. They reviewed that, then they finalized it. And now it's at both IRE Homes and IRE Classroom are at the point of going to scale. IRE Homes just ran another study where they were looking at using phones, so WhatsApp messaging, videos, text messaging, etc., with the parents. And IRE Homes and IRE Classroom work best together. So it's best to use an IRE Classroom trained teacher who then will work with groups of parents in that school, so that what happens at school and the approach at school can hopefully be carried into the home. Because 9/10 of what you do in school can be undone in the home, right? So, and in the community. So it's important that all hands are on deck working together. So these are just some of many different programs that are in place in the sector that are evidence-based, right? And data-driven. And so that's why Jamaica, I believe this was shared yesterday, Jamaica is really considered to be globally a leader in early childhood in the sense of how we plan, how we program our strategic planning, the existence of the ECC, which is a multi-sectoral commission, the use of these 5-year strategic plans that are indicator-based, target-based, so they're deliverable-based. And all of that augurs well for advocating for increased investment in the sector. In other words, right now, education continues to receive the largest portion of the budget after debt servicing, but the early childhood sector receives the smallest portion of that pie. So these events and other events and data that we have from things like the birth cohort study will help us to be able to advocate for, flipping that a bit or leveling it more, because the sector needs more support, it needs more resources, it needs more personnel, it needs better, more accessible infrastructure, it needs a capacity to work more closely with the parents and the community. And yet we're doing, teachers, our practitioners on a daily basis are doing yeoman service. Really, they are working in challenging conditions in many respects. They're not highly remunerated, but they're doing nation building, and they need to be recognized for that. And toxic stress is just one element of the cycle of violence that this country unfortunately finds itself in. And if we can find ways to reduce, mitigate, prevent toxic stress, that will help us in our national fight against crime and violence.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tortello. I think you have mentioned most, if not all, of what we're doing in Jamaica, just to mitigate against the stress. We have so many different tools and so many different things that are available to us. And as you said, Jamaica continues to be the leader in early childhood in terms of how it's structured and so on. We have another question in the chat that says, William Fullerton is asking, what are the main causes for students with these conditions, and I believe he's referring to toxic stress in Jamaica, not being able to be identified and treated?
I think that part of it is what we've been discussing to some extent, is the need to make sure that the practitioners are keeping these records, that there is an open dialogue with the home, that there is an open dialogue with the health sector, that the passport is being used as a screening tool, that the family at-risk tool is now actually activated and rolled out into the system. There are a lot of international development partners who are helping to working with the ECC to make this happen. UNICEF is one of them. UNICEF is a long-standing one, I need to say that. And we've worked on a lot of these issues, which is why I can be telling you about them, right? But there are others too, the IDB, the World Bank, to name a few. And part of this is, Mr. Fullerton, also is about awareness and just making sure that teachers and practitioners, caregivers, parents, the health sector, everybody is aware of toxic stress and what it can do. And there's a lot of information, and maybe the ECC could consider putting a tab on your site or something that links people to a lot of information. What are ACEs, to the content at the Center for the Developing Child at Harvard, which has a lot of information on toxic stress. In fact, its entire programming is built around toxic stress and responses to toxic stress. UNICEF's global parenting site, unicef.org/parenting, has a lot of information on toxic stress, but also on just general parenting and child developmental stages. That would be useful. And I know the ECC is working on adding new courses to their, one of the positives of COVID has been the capacity to create these courses that are asynchronous, free to access, that have enabled a lot of capacity building that we would never have thought possible 3 years ago prior to COVID, and the use of new technologies in the classroom and the closing of the digital divide, the work that's ongoing towards that end. And so the ECC is looking to create a course on play, and a component of that would be related to play therapy, which is definitely linked to responding to toxic stress. So it would have to include what is toxic stress and how do you respond to it. So there are, you know, the fact that we're even having this discussion is an important step forward.
Thank you so much. And indeed, the COVID has really brought up a lot of opportunities for growth and learning within the early childhood sector. Carry on. Are there any other questions in the chat? I am unable to see if there are others.
Alafia Sparks had asked, how does toxic stress affects emotional development in early years?
I believe
we had tackled that one already.
Yes, we had.
All right. All right, we spoke about how to deal with, how the practitioners would deal with, you know, providing that support and feedback to their children. Oh, Mr. Fullerton had asked, what are the main causes for students with these conditions in Jamaica not being able to be identified and treated?
We just answered that one.
Okay. So I'm not seeing any other questions coming out. Not seeing any other questions coming out in the chat.
All right. Well, I think that the discussion for me has been really, really profound and provocative. The panelists have certainly given us a lot to think about, a lot of information to digest. We have explored how toxic stress impacts young children. We have looked at the causes. We've looked at how to support the practitioners, the parents, and other stakeholders within the learning environment so that they can help the students who are struggling. And we have looked at how what treatment would look like in terms of, you know, looking at a multimodal approach to the treatment options. And Dr. Tortello has certainly given us a wealth of information on a lot of the services and tools that are available within the Jamaican early childhood sector that can provide support to practitioners, parents, guardians who may have children who are struggling. So I want to thank you, the panelists, this morning for really taking the opportunity and accepting the invitation to speak with us on toxic stress and how it affects the children, because as was said before, it is really an important discussion that we need to have, especially in our Jamaican context. We need to have it. We need to open up the discussion and have more conversations like these so that we can get the support that is necessary to ensure that students who are struggling will get the help that they certainly need. Before I hand over to the moderator, I just want to also thank the participants for asking your questions and for listening and for being here with us this morning. We know you could have been elsewhere, but for taking the time to be here, it shows that you have an interest in your child or in your student, and we are thankful for that. I want to just leave you with a quote that I saw in researching and reading up on the topic. I found a quote that I found to be very interesting, and it's from Frederick Douglass. It says that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And I found that to be quite profound, because I believe that is where we need to be going, building strong children rather than trying to put the broken adults back together. So I just wanted to leave that quote with you. I thank you so much again to everyone who joined, and now I'm going to be handing over to Ms. Thomas.
Thank you, Mrs. Baker. Special thank you to our panelists, Mrs. Monroe Baker, Dr. Tortello, Dr. Erie, Dr. Barker, for that very rich, very informative discussion. I was listening, and what resonated with me was where you all tapped on how the prolonged effects of stress can, disrupt the development of the brain and how it will impact the child onto adulthood. So that resonated with me. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here. Thank you, participants, parents, viewers. I know I enjoyed it. Let us know how you feel by filling out our evaluation form. Take the time to do that. And thank you all for being here again. I am looking forward to seeing you all in the next session. All right. Have a great rest of the day.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Good morning.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Good morning again. Welcome back to Track 2, Early Learning and Care. Now we have the session titled Watch Me Grow, Why Observation as Authentic Assessment for Infants and Toddlers. The presenter for this session is Dr. Sadie Harris Martley. She is currently a senior lecturer at Sam Sharp, Teachers College, with over 30 years of experience in the Jamaican education sector. She holds a diploma in teaching from the Sam Sharp Teachers College, bachelor's in education from the University of the West Indies, Masters of Arts in Education from the University of South Florida, and a PhD in education from Walden University. She is an author of one children's book, Linda Celebrates Her Birthday, and a dedicated trainer of teachers in an area she loves and takes pride in executing best practices for teaching and learning. She facilitates coaches, mentors, and scaffolding student teachers with the necessary pedagogies and skills so that they can take their places in the learning environments for children. Dr. Mortley is an ardent servant of the Lord. At her church, she is currently the Sunday school superintendent, children's squad director, dance ministry leader, a member of the planning committee, and a Sunday school teacher, trainer within the church circle. She also sits on the National Education Board for her association. She is currently the president of the Montego Bay DA2 of the JTA. She also serves as a Justice of the Peace for the parish of St. James and is married with married to the love of her life, Errol, for 30 years, and the union has produced one adult son. No, this session, Authentic Assessment, will look at the process of evaluating a child's development. The workshop will explore the role observation plays in assessing infants and toddlers as they interact, learn, and explore within their environment. Participants will learn about the different examples of authentic assessment and how to use these assessment tools to document and plan meaningful play experiences for infants and toddlers. Please be reminded to give your feedback in the chat Give your feedback on our evaluation form, which can be found on our website, ecc.gov.jm. Scroll down to the bottom of the page, click the link, and fill out the evaluation form. Please enjoy the session. I now hand over to Dr. Morley. Thank you.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, I'm seeing your screen.
Okay.
So you can click to click slideshow.
I did that already.
Okay. All right. Oh, it's off. Try again, Dr. Morley.
Are you seeing it now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Thomas and the organizers of this PDI. I am grateful for this opportunity for this session because our infants and toddlers are very important in the developmental process. So the objective for this morning is to create an awareness among caregivers, teachers, parents of the importance of watching or observing infants and toddlers as they grow with authentic assessments. So child observation is the method of watching, listening, asking questions, documenting, and analyzing the observed words and actions of children as they interact with their surroundings and other people. So for infants and toddlers, all we can do is to observe them. Proper observation in childcare is crucial in helping educators and parents address the needs of early childhood development. Assessment, a type of appraisal of young children. It refers to information from multiple sources of evidence, which is then synthesized, integrated, interpreted, and evaluated to make an assessment. So we have to look at the children, observe them, see what they are doing. Then we write it down, we document it, and so we can make an evaluation. We have to also understand the holistic development of children. So you have to know what is right before you know what is not right. So as children develop holistically, we have to develop them. So holistic development for infants and toddlers. What is physical development in infants and toddlers? Physical development pertains to the baby's bodily growth, fine motor and gross motor skills, and the abilities of various organs of the body. The baby achieves a new physical capability in his life as his life improves, and that will impact his physical calendar. So let's look at a child who is 6 to 9 months old. A child who is 6 to 9 months old, we can say that child would begin to crawl. That child would develop the pincer grasp, trying to pick up little things. That child's eyes can track moving objects. So what is seen, what is developmentally appropriate, we have to watch for that. Look at a child who is 6 to 9 months old and cannot do these things, does not crawl, does not get into the sitting position. At 9 months, the child cannot sit up, has poor grasp, or does not hold on to something, makes no cooing sound, cannot stand up with support, cannot fold the fingers in a fist. We also have to look at the reflexes of the child. A child is born with the routine reflex. When you touch the baby's mouth here, the baby will turn for the breast or whatever bottle you're going to put in his or her mouth. The child, anything that goes into the child's mouth, the child will suck on it. So you have to observe for that. The palmar grasp. If you put your finger in a child's hand, the child will hold on to it. So we have to observe if these things are happening. We have to watch them as they grow. The Babinski, where they will fan their fingers and toes. And the startle, where if something falls, they will get frightened. The swimming, if you hold them by the belly, they will start doing this action as they are swimming. So for the developing child, if the baby at 3 months can hold up his or her neck, can sit up, can crawl, can stand up, can walk, can run, hop, or jump as they develop into a toddler.
Dr. Martley, before you
Yes.
move on, can you put the presentation in slideshow mode? Our viewers are having a challenge in seeing.
Okay.
Right, awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So for infants and toddlers, social and emotional development plays the most important role for infants and toddlers. The developing capacity to experience and regulate emotion, form secure relationships, and explore and learn in all contexts of the child's family, community, and cultural background. So for infants and toddlers, we are more concerned with getting them to develop the social and emotional skills. You look at a toddler and you say the toddler is selfish. It is not about selfish, it is about learning to make social contact, learn the social skills. So positive social and emotional development in the early years provides a critical foundation for lifelong development and learning. So children, the babies, the infants and toddlers have to learn to socialize. So that is one skill that we promote in the early childhood years. Children feel safe in their relationships. They are able to explore, learn, play, and create friendships with their peers. So we put them in an environment with other children so that they can play, learn, form friendships. These important skills all fall under the umbrella of social and emotional development. These skills will last throughout their lifetime. And it all starts in the infant and toddlerhood years. So it is important for the social and emotional development. The emphasis for our babies should be on the social and emotional development. Social and emotional development is complex and includes different areas of growth. So number one, temperament. So we look at the child. The child comes into the daycare and throws a tantrum. So we have to see how the way the child acts and responds to different situations, how the child would react to the caregiver, how the child would react to strangers. All of these are watching them growing. Also, their attachment, the emotional bond between a child and the caregiver, whether it is a parent or it is the caregiver at the daycare center. We have to look for the stranger anxiety. That's a period where some persons would just hand a child to a relative and say, this is your auntie, so why are you crying? But this child does not want to be separated from his or her mother, that person is a stranger to this child. So we have to watch them to see that they are overcoming the stranger anxiety and the separation anxiety. Social skills or social competence is the ability to get along with other people. So here at the infant and toddler stage, we are asking the children to get along with other people. They also have to have emotional regulation, the ability of the child to control his or her emotions and reaction to the environment. So the Early Childhood Commission would also promote that we have a feelings chart in the environment for infants and toddlers so that they can understand their feeling. They are not sure when they are happy or when they are sad. Adults have to teach them that you're in a good mood, you're sad today. So we have to help them to regulate the emotions. We should observe them and see if they are learning the social skills. Since they are so important, we have to watch and see if they are learning this. And this is natural. This is no test. Erik Erikson's stages of psychosocial development. I will look at the first two. Stage number one is trust versus mistrust. And that happens between birth and first year of the child's life. So the first year of the child's life is crucial. It's a crucial period for the development of trust. And if the child does not develop trust in the first year of his or her life, then you have mistrust coming in the primary years, the teenage years, and in adult years. So the conflict for the infant involves striking a balance between trust and mistrust. So caregivers, parents should not, as it were, trick the child and slip away and don't say goodbye. So you should inform the child, because some of these infants think that you're not coming back because they have not achieved object permanence. This psychosocial task provides the foundation from the personality and can emerge when they get to be adults. So we have to give children the opportunities so that we can observe them. Give them opportunities where they will trust you to say, okay, we are going to the nursery today and I will come back. I am going to come back, you'll have to sleep, and then I will come back. And so the child will learn the understanding there. The second stage is the shame versus doubt. Now, this occurs between the ages of 18 months to around 2 to 3 years. According to Erikson, children at this stage are focused on developing a greater sense of self-control. So here they want to do things on their own. They want to button their shirts. They want to put on a shoe. They want to do things. So we have to observe the child as he or she presents the will to be in control. They can put on their shirt, although it may be inside out or the buttons may not be properly aligned, but we have to give them the opportunity, watch them as they pass through this stage. Autonomy is the will to accomplish things independently and on their own. This developmental stage occurs during the early childhood period, specifically age is 2 to 3. In this stage, toddlers are focusing on developing control over their new motor functions. So here they want to do things. They want to climb up the grill up to the top and can't come down. They get stuck into different places. So they want this autonomy. So we should not bring in the shame to say, why did you go up there and you can't come down? It is the autonomy that we want to develop in them. These children are also working on developing their sense of independence on their parents. So They will depend on their parents and they want to be independent. The main question for the toddler to answer is, can I do this thing on my own? So as adults, as caregivers, as teachers, we have to watch them to see what can they do with things on their own. Infants and toddlers usually follow predictable patterns in how they grow and learn. So there is a predictive sequence of how they develop physically, socially, emotionally, cognitively. Caregivers and facilitators need to understand typical cognitive development or how infants and toddlers develop thinking skills. So when they are on their own, they will learn. So learn about the developmental milestones. So as caregivers, as teachers, we have to learn about the developmental milestones so that we can know what is out of line. When the bankers are training their persons for handling money, they give them the best notes. So here we have to give the children the best experiences so that we can see if they are developing, yes or no. So cognitive development. So you see, physical development came first, social and emotional, then comes cognitive. The emphasis is not on cognitive first. The children have to master some of these social and emotional skills. Cognitive development is strengthened when children are healthy and emotionally secure and socially connected. So if they are not safe, they will not venture to explore or experiment. It is the caregiver or the facilitator or the parents' job to make sure that infants and toddlers are healthy by keeping a clean environment and promoting healthy habits. And COVID has taught us a lot about keeping the environment clean and promoting healthy habits. They are emotionally secure by responding to cues and addressing the needs immediately in the nurturing manner. So as caregivers, you have to address the needs in a nurturing manner. We can't be rough with them. We can't not understand that they may be having a challenge. Infants and toddlers are socially connected by fostering relationships between themselves and others during play and caregiving routines. So it is during the routines of the infants and toddlers that they learn how to adjust into a schedule. Infants and toddlers can construct their own ideas of the world around them and investigate their ideas through open-ended, safe experiences. So we have to give them an environment where they can investigate with open-ended activities, open-ended materials that is safe for them. Infants and toddlers learn by watching, moving, tasting, smelling, touching, and doing. So everything that a baby gets will go in the mouth and they will try to explore it. When they can't bite it, they are going to bang it. So they watch you to see what you do and then they do. So you be the model and then you can watch them to see if they are achieving that task. The sensory experiences, and we have something that we call sensory learning. And here it starts with the sensory experiences. Offer across areas of development contribute greatly to growth and learning. So we gain information to our brains through our senses. So we have to allow the infants and toddlers to explore with their senses so that they can get the information to their brains. Infants and toddlers learn from your reactions. So whatever you do, caregivers, teachers, facilitators, whatever you do, the children are going to imitate, mimic, and do whatever you do. So how you speak to them, so your tone should reflect calm, nice, loving, entertaining reactions, and the way you engage them. So engage them with love, engage them with a sense of honor, that you respect them. For infants and toddlers, caregiving is a curriculum. So for the caregiver that is in the infants and toddlers environment, whatever you do is a curriculum. So for the babies, when you are changing them, you have to speak to them. Okay, Joshua, I am going to be changing you. And Joshua will respond with a coo or something, some excitement. You, as the caregiver, whatever you do, they are going to be looking at you. Now, you give them time for different things and they will respond. All of this is observing the children. So the interactions with the infants and toddlers should be respectful. So when a child is in an environment and the child may have an accident or may pee on him or herself, just don't go and just pick up the child and say, you are wet, come let me change you. No, you stretch out your hand, or you said, okay, Joshua, I think you're having an accident down there. Can I change you? So respect is due to the child. When you respect them, they give you a responsive reaction. So you speak to them and they will give you a gesture or a smile, or they will talk to you in their way. And for infants and toddlers, we need the reciprocal relationships with the child, with the parent, with the other members in the environment. So here, for caregivers, you have to interact, you observed, then you document. Play is also a curriculum. So play is the child's world and the means by which he or she understands the world that he or she lives in. And that is by Susan Isaacs. Now, I'm not seeing my audience, but what are some of the things that we can say that this child is learning here? Ms. Thomas, can you look in the chat and see what can the child be learning here?
Yes, Dr. Morley, waiting on the responses.
As we see, it is a baby. So what can this child learn here? What can we observe that the child is learning here or doing here? Remember, no answer is wrong.
Okay, so I'm seeing Letitia Young is saying that the toddler is learning resilience.
Resilience.
Right.
Okay. All right. All right.
Interaction.
Interaction, yes.
Developing her senses.
Senses. Okay. All right. Okay. Are we seeing the smile there? Play is fun loving. It is enjoyable. It is interactive. I think one session
Right. Play
gave
by
us
him, play by
right.
self.
Yes.
Eye-hand coordination as well.
Right. So by just allowing the child to interact with this toy, you see how much learning we can get from this, how we can watch this child and see what is coming out. So the ways a caregiver can create a curriculum is by giving the infants and toddlers freedom. So you give them freedom so that they can investigate and explore whatever this toy is about. We have to help them to pursue their interest. So it is all about the emergent curriculum where we cater to the interest and needs of the child. We also have to provide the resources. So in the environment for infants and toddlers, they need the resources. They need activities to interact with. So they will play with it. And if you place like a bus or a toy bus in the environment and they sit on it and they are riding around, well, you can join in. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. So you are interacting with that child. You are teaching them about the bus and teaching them about the different parts of the bus. Observe children at play and then we document. So we are watching them to see what they are doing, then we document. The physical environment also is another curriculum. So activities should be available to the infants and toddlers. So they should have activities in their environment. And if you can look at the pictures here, they have different materials here that they can interact with. And remember, these children, their attention span is very short, so they will move from one thing to another very quickly. The things that we place in the environment should be developmentally appropriate. So we have to check for things if they are broken, place the developmentally appropriate materials in the environment. So look out. If it is an infant environment, we have to put things that can go into the mouth. And we cannot put small objects that they will choke on. So they must be developmentally appropriate. They should be colorful. So all of these things. So while they are working, then we can observe them. The things can be placed in their mouth. It should encourage interaction. And when we study Montessori, we know that the toys, the materials are self-correcting. So you should observe them while they are engaged with hands-on activities. So here we are watching them. It is all natural. It is no pencil and paper. It is all about observing them, watching them grow. So assessment is today's means of understanding how to modify tomorrow's instruction. So when we know what the child can do, then we can modify what we are going to be teaching them. Assessment has more to do with helping students grow than cataloging their mistakes. So here we are helping the children to grow. We are helping them to master things because they are not masters of everything as yet. So authentic assessment provides an alternative approach to gathering child performance information and designing developmentally appropriate curriculum for infants and toddlers. So when we look at how we observe, it should be in an authentic manner that is real life. There shouldn't be any put on, so the children are in the environment, you are observing them in their real life setting. Conventional tests and assessments have been shown to lead to mismeasurement of children. through the use of norm reference testing practices, and that is by Big NATO 2007. So when we start to compare children, so we don't compare the child. This 3-year-old child may be able to do certain things. Another 3-year-old child may not be able to do it. So we have to observe them in their age and stage of development. Authentic assessment is a powerful tool for early childhood educators to analyze information gathered during everyday classroom activities and routine in order to, 1, understand each unique child's development. So, as I said before, I set the pace to say that you have to understand what is appropriate before you can know what is inappropriate, or if the child is having a developmental delay. Be engaged in consistent and comprehensive reflection. So as the caregiver, we have to document what is happening. So it has to be consistent. I know that some of you will say it takes a lot to write down everything. But we have to reflect in our observation notes, maybe photograph, in artistic creation, in look at their emergent writings and dictations as well. So we have to observe all of these. Provide teachers with meaningful insights about each child and about the group as a whole. So you look at the group of children and see if they are at their developmental stage. With this insight, teachers can plan activities and experiences that are responsive to children's interests and needs. So in the environment, we have to place things in the environment that the children are interested in, that they will find interest in interacting with them, and also for the needs. So at different stages of their life, they have to learn different things. They have to master that developmental stage. Share their understanding of each child's growth with his or her family. So remember, in the infant and toddlers environment, it is the parents or guardians or persons who take them into the environment that we have to relate to, because the child is with you for half the time and at home or in another environment half the time. So we have to have an understanding with the family or the caregivers. Gaining important insights from them in return. So when something happens at home, they will give you the information. When something happens in the center, you will give them the information. So the National Association for the Education of Young Children has defined a number of guidelines for assessment tools and strategies that you can use to select an appropriate infant and toddler assessment. So first of all, screening and assessment material should be developmentally appropriate. So when we are looking at infants and toddlers, whatever we do, it must be for their level. And as I said before, children are at different perform at different stages in their age cohort. So we have to look at the screening and the assessment materials that are developmentally appropriate. Assessment should utilize a variety of tools and processes. So we can't just use one mode to assess the children. We have to put them in different environment, watch them at play, watch them when we interact with them, watch them in the physical environment and see how they interact. So this would include the child's representative work, so they're whatever they can do. And then we look at the observation records and the summaries that are given for their progress. The assessment should be inclusive. So we have to recognize diversity among children. When they come from different backgrounds, we have to know that they have different learning styles and their rate of learning. So all of that we have to be aware of before we do the assessments. The assessment tool should support children's development and learning. Assessment should not make them feel bad about themselves. And I place there in a little bit of bold. Assessments for infants and toddlers is not pencil and paper. It is observation and documentation. The focus should be on what the child can do independently. So we watch the child to see what the child can do independently as he or she is growing. And then we look at what the child can do with assistance. So when we get further and we look into Vygotsky, the ZPD, the zone of proximal development, there he's saying what the child can do independently and what the child can do with the assistance of a capable adult. So that is the best marker of the child's growth and development. Assessment should rely on procedures that occur during real activities. So when we are observing, you allow them to be engaged in real activities. Maybe we will have to videotape what they are doing because we have to interact with them. So afterwards, you can look at what they were doing, the experiences that they will have, and we will put emphasis on the skills and not on the testing. Regular and periodic assessment. So in the infants and toddlers environment, there should be regular and periodic assessments because it is a period of rapid growth and development from birth to age 3. This should occur in a wide variety of circumstances with information about the child's growth and development, learning being systematically collected and recorded. Caregivers, facilitators, teachers should be the primary assessors. So if you have a daycare center, you are with the child 5 days of the week, and you are with the child 24 hours of the day, if you have them for so long, you should be the one, caregivers, you should be the one to be the primary assessor. So whatever you observe, you document, then you can allow a person that is in the field, a clinical assessor, to come in and see what you have assessed or you have evaluated. Assessment should also promote parental involvement and encourage children to participate in self-evaluation. So with all of this, the children should evaluate themselves. It may not be much, but they should evaluate themselves. Assessment should encourage parent-teacher collaboration. So as I said before, the parents, guardians send their children into the environment, whether it is the daycare or it is the preschool. And we have to hear from them. We have to hear about what happens at home. And we have to give information what happens at the center or the school. So we have to look at the child's growth, the development, and the performance, and this should be shared by both parties. My caregivers, my audience, did you know that babies are assessed? So when they're born, newborns, they're assessed with the APGAR scale. So they're assessed for appearance, for pulse, for grimace, for activity, and for respiratory effort. So they will get a grading for this. And you will say that this is a healthy baby or this child will have a developmental delay. Checklists are a logical sequenced way to observe children that evaluates their progress from one point to the other. The observation technique can provide insight to where a child is having difficulty or excelling. So the checklist is widely used. So persons on this platform, you can go on any site and you will get checklists that you can observe children in all the areas of development. Checklists are assessment tools that set out a specific criteria which educators and students may use to gauge the skill development or the progress. So here the checklist will do that. So if the child can use the pincer graph, if the child can hang on to something, so you would tick yes or no. So you can get those online. The checklist can be used by both the parents and the teacher to screen an individual child's skill by giving a tick yes or no to a series of skills and then giving a rough indication of what is outside the developmental norm for that age. So my caregivers, you have to be informed about what is appropriate at this age so that when you observe, you can know what is not normal. So we have checklists for social and emotional development, checklists for physical development, checklists for cognitive development. This is an example of a birth to 3 ability checklist. And I know it may be small for your eyes, but if you look at the main areas, play and social skills, coordination, daily activities, self-expression, and you have a yes or no, and you have a tally out of 17. So you can look at it more keenly when you have time. The narrative observation is another type of observation that we will use or we can use for the infants and toddler. Sometimes this is called the long observation because it is extended writing. It is an extended written account of an activity. It may include a verbatim record of the language used by the child. So if we are going to write things about the child, it may be verbatim what the child actually said, the level of involvement, what the child is doing, and how they interact with other children that they play with. This may also include photographs, so you can use your phones or the tablet or whatever means to take a photograph to see whatever the child is doing. Ideally, the child's key person should record a narrative observation as he or she is most likely to understand the context of the play. So as the main caregiver, we have caregiver child ratio that the commission has outlined. And one caregiver will be responsible for at least 5 babies, 3 to 5 babies. And you will be knowledgeable about the child when he or she interacts or when the child tries to communicate, if you take note of what they are doing. So you have to be keyed in your observation. The practitioner usually observes the child for about 20 minutes, all right? So about 20 minutes, you pay keen attention for a narrative record so that you can get as much information as possible. Remember, the child is going to be moving here and there, so 20 minutes is a long time. This method takes much longer and is much more detailed than the magic moment of the checklist. It is less frequently used when you are doing the narrative. The narrative observation may be planned in advance to ensure that every child in the nursery is observed. So when we are observing the children, we have to plan in advance so that you can put in the necessary measures. You can have assistance to help you to deal with the other children while you are observing that one child. Narrative observation and authentic activity. So I would like you to look at this picture again. and you are going to give 2 sentences or give 1 sentence about what you see. So for this narrative observation, we took the picture of what the child is doing. So I would like you to write in the chat 1 sentence about one of these pictures. So you have 2 pictures, this one with the 2 boys and the one with the girl. So just write 1 sentence about that. Thomas, are they writing yet? Or are we giving them a little time?
Giving them a little time to respond, Dr.
Okay.
Marley.
What do you think these children are doing? What are they? What are these toddlers engaged in?
Letitia says demonstrating learning through role play.
Okay.
Anyone else?
It be that we are talking about community helpers and we're talking about the carpenter and the tools that the carpenter uses.
Tamu Clayton says role play.
Role play, yes, it's role play. But what would you write down? So you are observing these children, so you would write down what they are doing. So you would write it in a narrative form to say that they are engaged in whatever activity, and the interaction and the actions, the feelings that they have displayed and all of that.
Right, so I have another comment. Dawn Malcolm says each child is focused on his or her individual activity.
Right. So that is good, because that is the play for the toddlers. Everybody play with their own material. All right. So the practitioner youth so other observational tools are anecdotal records, right? Another narrative that you're going to write after the fact. Running records, you're going to write while the children are talking. Event sampling, you're going to be using this for an event or a playtime or something that is happening. Time sampling, you give them sample of they're doing an activity and you observe them within a time. So childhood is not a race to see how quick a child can read, write, and count. Childhood is a small window of time to learn and develop at the pace which is right for each individual child. And that is anonymous.
Okay, Dr. Marley, I have additional comments here from the picture that you showed. Would you want to go back to it?
Okay.
All right, so Michelle Campbell says, during center time, Michelle would put on her safety glasses and apron.
Right.
She began to hold the nail as she hammered it into the wood.
Right.
All right, and Shelrett says the children are engaged in play using construction tools. There are other comments, imaginary play, they are building something, construction is taking place, And then Tanika says each child is using a tool to mimic the role of a carpenter. So using the tool to try to solve a problem, and having them engage in the task. Naomi says they are doing manipulative activities which develop motor skills and hence cooperative learning.
So when you
Right?
watch them, so when you watch them, you can have information about what they're doing, how they are doing it, how they engage, and how you can move on, because it will inform you how to move to the next topic or to create the next set of resources that they can engage in. Right? So, as I said, we have other observation tools. You have the anecdotal record, you have the running records, we have event sampling, and we have time sampling. All right, so that's it for me. I am open for questions.
Do we have any questions from our viewers or participants? Seeing other comments, Dr. Mortley. Children are engaged in hand and eye coordination, role playing, a carpenter. The children are exploring playing with hammers and wood. They are engaged in modeling, a woodworker or carpenter. And, we can engage them in a discussion. They can talk about it. Right? Great responses.
Right.
Are there any
Right. Great responses.
questions for Dr. Mortley? Okay, cooperative and solitary play is taking place. Awesome. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
So we remind our caregivers, our teachers, that it is important to observe and then document. So when they observe, they can document what they have observed and give the children the opportunity so that you can watch them grow.
Okay. Dr. Mortley, I have a question. How many children per day should I observe?
How many children? Well, we were talking about infants and toddlers. So remember that you are going to have your other responsibilities. So I would say about two. About two children you could observe, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, because it takes time for the observation, the documentation, and noting what you need to write down.
Okay, thank you. All right, another question. Can you please suggest some great play materials for children at the preschool level?
Play material?
Yes.
Well, we have a lot of commercial play for that person is talking about the preschool. We're talking about infants and toddlers. They have to be big, they have to be sturdy, they have to be able to put in their mouth, and it should be self-correcting. So those plastic toys that you can put in the shapes. So when they put a circle in this slot, and it is supposed to be a square, then it will not fit. So it will be self-correcting in that way. The ball should be big. You have soft toys. So children need something to cuddle. We need the interaction with objects so that they can count. So those should be big for infants and toddlers.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, I have another question. It is important to observe and then document. Give children the opportunity so that you can watch them grow. All right? How do we examine the nature and needs of children with exceptionalities?
As I said before, just a minute. As I said before, we have to watch the development that is normal. So when you see what is normal, so I gave the example of the 6-month-old child, a 6 to 9 month old. So a child at 9 months should be sitting up. Most of you would say, my child sit up at 3 or 4 months. But if the child is 9 months and not sitting up, then you know that that child has a red flag. We call it a red flag, and that child needs to be checked. So you have to know what is normal before you can see what is out of the norm. And the theorists or the researchers give a wider band. So when we say 6 to 9 months, they should be sitting up. In our culture, a 9-month-old child is walking around and maybe sometimes walking. So we have to know what is developmentally appropriate, what is normal, before you can know what is abnormal.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, Dr. Martley. Thank you for sharing the importance of narrative observation records and just how important it is of allowing an infant to construct their own idea of what the world is and to engage them, and having sensory experiences to explore and to gain information. Right. I want to say a special thank you for Dr. Mortley for being here today. The information was very rich and engaging. Thank you to the participants, parents, practitioners, all our other viewers. I know that you enjoyed that session. I hope we took away some very important knowledge that we can use in our ECIs with our infants and toddlers. And please remember to just share, evaluate, visit our website, click on the ECC or the ECI, the ECC PDI 2022 link and fill out the evaluation form. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for joining us. We now break and return at 12:50. See you after the break. Thank you, Dr. Mortley.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we connect over everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be talking about learning centers. We'll be looking at the Art and Sensory Center, what it is, what children learn from visiting the Art and Sensory Center, the types of materials for the center, and then we'll leave you with some tips. So Art and Sensory Play looks specifically at activities that fosters a child's sense of smell, touch, sight, hearing, and did I miss anything? And taste. So by providing these sensory play activities, children begin to naturally learn to explore, investigate, and be creative. So when I say we're getting ready to play in the Art and Sensory Center, what really comes to mind? 1, we're going to be using our senses, and 2, we're getting ready to get really messy. This means children are self-directed, right? One, they are self-centered around that activity that they're going to be exploring, and we really encourage their development through exploring the material as well as appealing to a child's learning style. That's all happening once we prepare to go into the Art and Sensory Center. When we begin to look at the art materials for our Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that it's about the process and not the product. So we have to ensure that we have materials that are open-ended, that supports creativity, that are meaningful to the creations for the child. And also, we want to keep in mind that they're in charge of the process and the materials that they use. So they have to be able to select what they're using, because keep in mind, once they decide on what they want to create and what they want to develop, they're going to be focused and they're going to be on task. Now, when we look at the sensory materials, it's all about the 5 senses. So we know that it's going, again, to be messy. It's going to be something that we have to be hands-on about. They have to have the material at hand, and they have to be free to explore the material. So this particular center, you have to keep in mind, we want it near a sink or near a bathroom so that a child would have access directly to begin cleaning themselves up in this particular center. This is a very popular center, as you know, so we have to keep in mind the number of children within the center, the materials available, and we have to keep replenishing material. Consumable materials is what we call it, and then from there, observe and let the children create. Here we have our Art and Sensory Center, and I want you to keep in mind that not every center looks the same. All centers are different. It all depends on the size of the classroom and the material that you have at hand. So within my center here that I've set up, I have an art easel, and I have paints, and I also have paintbrushes and paint cups. So we know that the easel, it's a time to really explore and get messy. So we have to ensure that the children have access to paint. So every day we should be setting up the paint cups. So at the easel, I do have paint. A child might be able to squeeze the paint into the paint cup depending on the color that they might want to work with to begin the process. But through modeling, through practice, we'll be able to set this center up along with the child so that they're able to freely move about with the paint, the paintbrushes, the cups, and of course the paper that we would have to affix to the easel. We also have labeled the paint bottles so that children are aware as to where things are to be returned to. So everything in all of our centers should be labeled with a picture and of course the word. If it's a BBC, it's going to be just a photograph of the item itself. But because we're looking at our 3-plus-year-old children, we want pictures and words within the Learning Center. Now we're going to take a closer look at what is on the shelf itself. As you can see, I have contained everything. Okay, so now we're going to look a little bit closely at what is on the Art and Sensory shelf. Again, everything must be contained, and not all containers can look alike. So this is a good time for us to collect containers, recyclable pieces that we can use to corral our art and sensory materials. For me, I have contained everything here. I do have a shoebox at the bottom, but as you can see, my containers are labeled with the item and the word so that a child, if they need to take the container off of the shelf, they know exactly where to return it to. So I have a container with books. And it's important that we have books in as many learning centers as possible that relate directly to that learning center. So within that container, I have a book about Harold and his purple crayon and where he takes his crayon. I have mouse paint that looks at mice that mix colors together. And I also have a book about museums and art museums. So those are the books that I have displayed. So a child at any time might be able to look at a book before they begin their activity or after. Next to that, we have in the middle, we have a caddy with 3 different compartments. So I've taken the opportunity to fill the caddy with scissors, colored tape, and popsicle sticks. And again, the container is labeled and the shelf is labeled. So a child, again, can take that container to a table and return it and know exactly where to put the tape, the scissors, and the popsicle sticks based on the photograph. So that helps with cleanup. It helps with self-direction. It helps with just learning that life skill of we clean up after ourselves within our classrooms and at home throughout the day. Next to that, I have another caddy that's filled with sensory materials. I have pom-poms, I have glitter shapes, and I have, what do you call that? Felt. And those are pipe cleaners. So a child can use their imagination, take that pipe cleaner, form it into any shape, glue it, cut it, whatever their heart's desire. Again, with the pom-poms, they can glue, they can create, and with the glitter itself, with the confetti, they could also glue, they can put them in bottles, in sensory bottles. So their imagination, we're there to foster their imagination and to allow them to create while they're in the Art and Sensory Center. On the second shelf, I have a container for glue, I have a container for markers, and I have a container for crayons. Very clearly outlined for a child to be able to know what item is on the shelf, where to go, how to remove it, and how to put it back after they're all done. Because remember, there are other children that are going to be using the same center. So we want to keep the center as organized as possible. And then on the bottom shelf, I have a container for paper. Very important. This is something that we have to keep filled at all times because we have children at the easel and they might want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sheets of paper because you never know. An artist, you know, you make one stroke and that's it. You have to start all over again. So we have to ensure that we have ample paper for all children, not only at the easel, but for those that want to glue, cut, color. And then I have a sensory box, my black box, and that's a shoe box that I would have saved, and I filled it with shredded paper. Again, at no cost, the shoe box and the shredded paper. And within that, my sensory box, what I put into the box are seashells and stones and different things out in nature that I think the children might be able to use depending on their interest. Now keep in mind that this is something that I would change on a regular basis because you want to keep children going back to centers. You want them to be able to say, yeah, I want to go to Art and Sensory because I don't know, Miss might have something in there in that sensory box that I want to know what's in there today. And once they pull the sensory box, you know, you evoke conversation. From that box, what can they do with the items in the box? They're feeling, they're touching, they're looking, they're smelling. But then they might want to be able to do something else with the items within the box. So these are just the items that I have in my Art and Sensory table for today, but there's a host of items that you can have in that particular center. So we talked about the crayons, we talked about the markers. I know many of you have colored pencils. We talked about the paint. And remember my paint cups. I don't have paint cups, I just have regular cups that I'm using and I'm reusing to fill my paint with. Also my paint brushes. I did not show you Play-Doh and clay and molding clay because guess what? There's no space on my shelf for that today, but that is something else that we normally have in this particular learning center. We talked about the collage and craft materials. So I have craft sticks, you could have feathers, we have the pipe cleaners, yarn. I know many of you use yarn within this particular center as well as glitter sometimes. Stencils, we have the pom-poms, felt sheets. Oh, I have some of those, but I didn't have room on my shelf. But guess what? I can bring that out next week possibly. Or if there's a group of children working at the table, I might say to them, hey, I have some felt sheets. Do you want to feel them? Do you want to possibly use them with what you're doing and creating? And they might say yes. So you might have to run and go get that felt sheet just to bring that added layer to the experience for them. So we're scaffolding as we go through the activity itself. Beads, we might have beads that we want to give children to be able to use and manipulate. We might have different types of textures. What about stamps and a stamp pad? You know, this is great for shapes and letters and numbers and different types of images. So getting that stamp pad, having them stamp and then stamping their paper. We talked about the tape. I love the colored tape. This is also great for them to rip. So they're using their fine motor skills to rip the tape, to create what they want on their paper. And also you might have a child that might say to you, can they hang their artwork on the wall with using that same piece of tape? And that is also something that we have to keep in mind as we go through the learning centers. Trays, it's really great to have a tray because it can contain what a child is working on. For example, if you have shaving cream and you want to drop food coloring in that shaving cream, it's good to be able to have a tray to place that shaving cream on. Many of us, after the artwork is painted, we have to hang it somewhere. And I've seen many drying racks. I've seen clotheslines in the classroom where you use a clothespin to hang the art. Beautiful, continue to do that. We have our glue and our scissors, aprons. Oh my goodness, it's good to have an apron because we know we're going to get messy. Being messy is fun when we go into the Art and Sensory Center. So an apron could be an old t-shirt, an oversized t-shirt, right? A parent can bring in an old shirt, something that can really protect the uniform or whatever that child might be wearing for that particular day. Bins are very important. Sometimes when we buy a product, it comes in a nice container or box. Hold on to those containers and boxes and bring them into your classroom, recycle them, because when the items are contained and labeled, it's easy on the eye. It's easy for a child to say, wait a minute, this is at my eye level. I know exactly what's in that container and I know exactly where to put it back. So we're teaching children that this is their classroom. These are their materials. We're just there to facilitate and ensure that we're ready for them to begin learning. And then from there, you have funnels, you can add measuring cups and bowls, you can add tweezers. Actually, I put my tweezers in my Science and Nature Center because I didn't have enough materials. So we have to sometimes borrow and rearrange because you might have a center that's not as popular, but when you remove an item from a popular center, and then you might say, okay, Michelle, guess what? The tweezers are in the Science and Nature Center this week. So I know you love working with those tweezers, so I want you to try and go into Science and Nature and work with those tweezers today. And that's about it. So if you have any other ideas as to what else we can put into our Art and Sensory Center, I would love to hear from you. So please drop me a comment or a question and let's work on together ensuring that our Art and Sensory Center is ready for play each and every day. In terms of the Art and Sensory Center, we have to keep in mind that safety is the most important. So when we look at the materials that we have in the center, we have to ensure that we teach our children how to use the materials before they actually begin using them. So circle time is my favorite time of the day, where you not only talk about what you have planned, but there might be some situations that you really need to discuss with the children for them to be able to understand the rationale, to be able to practice using whatever material you might have in place. So safety is quite important when we're looking not only at Art and Sensory, but all 5 of our learning centers. We talked a lot about the labeling today. And I know that many of you are already labeling your centers. I just want to encourage as many of us to continue that process with the picture and the word along with the material and the items on the shelves. Also, use child-safe equipment that is free of sharp edges or other types of hazards. So no matter what, child-sized scissors and other materials must be in the classroom. One and only, the tip that I love is to ensure that when you're designing your classroom, when you're laying out your classroom, this is just a reminder that the messy centers really should be near a bathroom or a sink so that that child doesn't have too far to go to carry, to wash, to clean whatever material or their hands at hand. So I want to thank you for joining me today, and I look forward to our next ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please comment, ask questions, share with me your best practices, because that's how we learn from each other. And until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come aboard and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you are ready for some more rich information. This session is titled Temperaments of the Young Child. The presenters are Professor Lorraine Cook and Dr. Charlene Cole. Now, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to you Professor Cook. She is a professor at the School of Education, University of the West Indies. She lectures in research methods and educational psychology. Professor Cook, received her PhD in educational psychology with high commendations from the University of the West Indies in 2007. Now, she gained her master's in education psychology with distinction from the University of the West Indies in 2002 and graduated from Concordia University, Montreal, Canada, majoring in urban studies in 1982. Her research interests include evaluating online education in higher education and assisting teachers in improving their teaching skills by investing ways of aligning the relationship between teachers' intended actions and their actual teaching behaviors. Professor Cook has authored and co-authored peer-reviewed book chapters and journal articles. She is also the recipient of the Dean's Award of Excellence she received in 2007, the most outstanding doctorate thesis award for the 2006-2007 academic year. In addition, Professor Cook was part of a team that received a Principal's Research Award for the research project attracting the most research funds in the Faculty of Humanities and Education. This was in 2009, January. She was the recipient of the Fulbright Visiting Researcher Award in 2011 and received the Principal's Award for the Best Research Publication Article in 2018. Professor Cook has been a visiting scholar in applied psychology at the New York University and the Faculty of Education, Language and Literacy Education, University and British Columbia, Canada. Now, Dr. Cole, lecturer in educational psychology and applied research in the School of Education, the University of the West Indies, Mona. As a researcher, Dr. Cole focuses on parenting, parental involvement, family engagement, children with special needs, psychosocial, academic, and emotional well-being of students and educators, aggression and violence, and teacher effectiveness. Dr. Cole believes in motivating students to use creative techniques that accommodate the different learners, to continually improve teaching skills, and the holistic development of students. Before UWI, Dr. Cole has worked in the capacity as pre-trained teacher for the school, for the deaf, and general primary education, as guidance counselor at the primary and secondary level, and as a vice principal at a primary and junior high school. Now, in this session, we will look at how research states that temperament is a person's basic nature or natural way of being. Learning about how temperament can help you understand and explain a child's behavior, which in turn can lead to more responsive, individualized care for infants and toddlers. This workshop will explore the types of temperament and how to adapt them in the learning environment. Please be reminded to type your questions and comments in the chat and to complete the evaluation forms using the link that has been provided in the chat. Your feedback is very important to us. I now hand over to Professor Cook and Dr. Cole. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Thomas. Thank you. Really appreciate your welcome. And I'm just seeing 4 participants. There are more participants that we are not necessarily seeing. Can you just guide me on that? Ms. Thomas?
There are more participants. We are live on YouTube, so we have we're streaming, and persons across the world, I guess, can view and participate in the discussion and right.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. Thank you for the warm
You're
welcome. And welcome to all the persons out there in cyberspace, I should say. Welcome to our workshop, and we have 1 hour with you, so we will press on with our workshop, our presentation. So the title, Classroom Management Strategies Guided by an Understanding of Children's Temperament. Or as Ms. Thomas pointed out, that the Dr. Cole and myself will be facilitating this session. And let me go into the purpose. So the purpose for this workshop will be to explore the different types of temperament and how to adapt these temperament in the learning environment. I will start off by exploring the types of temperament, and Dr. Cole will get into the adaptation of these temperament in the learning environment. Okay, so just before getting into temperament, I hope you're all hearing me clearly. Dr. Cole, are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just before getting into the discussion of temperament, which is extremely important because the goal here is to help teachers to understand differences in the classroom and not only to understand, but to celebrate differences. So this workshop is based on the following assumptions. The first and foremost assumption is that every child in your class that you encounter desires to be understood and cherished. The next assumption, temperament influences children's behavior, social interactions, and their reaction to life situations. So therefore, temperament is very important because it influences their relationship, it influences their action, it influences how they respond, how we respond to situations. The third assumption, very important to keep in mind, social and emotional adjustment and academic achievement are enhanced when there is goodness of fit. when there's a match between a child's temperament and the environment. And I want you to be thinking about yourselves as adults. When you enter an environment that does not match your temperament, how do you feel? You're either going to feel comfortable or uncomfortable. And if you feel uncomfortable, then you have a choice. You can adjust or you try to adjust the environment. So Dr. Cole will get more into the goodness of fit. The second to last assumption, responsive parents and teachers match their caregiving and teaching strategies to their children's temperament. Very important. And why? Because as teachers and parents, our goal is to understand the children that God has given us to care for. And in understanding them, our desire is to match our training strategies to how they can understand. Okay? And the final assumption, children can be taught strategies that assist them in regulating their emotional, attentional, and behavioral tendencies in challenging situations. So the emphasis here is that children can be taught. And I can tell you as early as 2, 1, 6 months, they can be taught. And they not only can be taught, they also can adjust their behavior as they are trained by the adults in their lives. Okay. Right? Okay, so we are going to look a little closer now at the concept temperament. As I said earlier, temperament influences children's behavior and their emotional reactions. Temperament is a style of behavior, a consistent way of viewing and responding to the world. So temperament is a normal variation we see in children. So what this does is call upon us as parents and teachers to observe the children within our care, to observe them in the classroom, observe them in the canteen, observe them on the play field. And as we observe them, we will gain a deeper and better understanding of who they are, of their temperament, of their character, of the things that they may need more help with. One child may need more help to not be so socially warm because they may be going to strangers. Another child may not need that sort of help. Another child may need help in how to manage their activity level, right? But these children who differ, it's not that they're rude. So that's one of the things that we want you to erase, kind of minimize in how you see children's negative reaction, to see them as opportunities for teachable moments and not necessarily that these children are rude and bad and evil. Okay, so consequently, they are not good or bad temperaments. And as we will learn, each type of temperament has strengths. All temperaments, each of them, they have their strengths. But they also have tendencies that will cause parents and teachers to be concerned. And if you remember yourself as a child, if you can go back to when you were a child, as early as you can remember, you will remember that when you were that age, you did have aspects in your temperament that caused concerns to parents and teachers. So we decided to provide you with a working definition of temperament. Nothing like a good definition. It gives you the main attributes of the concept. So temperament is a consistent reaction style that a child demonstrates across a variety of settings and situations, particularly those that are stress or change related, right? So this is very important. So you can see you don't always need to have a scale to determine a child's temperament. You can put on your observation glasses and start observing the child and looking for the things that are consistent in their behavior and reaction style. Hope I'm not going too fast. If I am, slow me down through the chat, Okay? Okay. Now, specifically for this presentation, we are going to be looking at 4 temperaments, which were identified by Professor Sandy McClory from New York University. She spent 21 years studying children at the early childhood level. And out of this lengthy process, she came up with 3 temperaments that are prominent at the early childhood level. So we have Coretta the cautious. So Coretta the cautious, we're going to go more in details. Coretta the cautious is normally the withdrawn and the shy. Then we have Hillary the hard worker. All teachers love the Hillarys or the Henrys because they tend to remain on task for a long time. Then we have Gregory the grumpy. Gregory the grumpy is that child that whine, and we're going to get into more details about Gregory. But Gregory also is that child who, if harnessed properly, can become a strong leader. Then we have Frederico the friendly. This is a child that warms up to persons, and that persons tend to get attracted to. They warm up to the Fredericos. Okay, so just to reinforce all of these 4 different profiles, we are going to look more in details. Okay, it's a pity I can't have the interaction, but that's okay. So we're going to look first at the temperamental profile that is high in negative reactivity, slow in task persistence, and high in activity, right? So these are the attributes. High in negative reactivity, that's the Gregory the grumpy. Remember Gregory the grumpy? Okay. High in negative reactivity, low in task persistence, and high in activity. Okay, so I had planned to ask different persons to read, but this will not happen today. So I will go through. So for the high in negative reactivity and low in task persistence, children whose temperament profile is high maintenance, these children are high maintenance, react strongly and negatively to change or stressful situation. Because they are high in negative reactivity, they get upset easily and they can be very moody. Some people say that these children, that boy has an attitude. You ever hear teachers say, that little girl, she has an attitude, moody, easy, very expressive of how they're feeling. And so teachers tend to say they have an attitude. So because children with high maintenance temperament are low in task persistence, they often find it difficult to complete tasks and assignments. Keep that in mind, that their temperamental orientation makes it difficult for them to sit for long hours to complete their task and their assignment. Keep that in mind. They're not bad and wicked. They're not lazy, as some teachers would probably say, or they're not sluggish. That's the temperament. And so as teachers, we have to see the areas that children will need us to scaffold them, to support them. Okay, so they're also high in activity, and so they find it difficult to sit still. They are the children who are always fidgeting. On the positive side, remember, all temperament have a positive and have a constraint. On the positive side, the high activity level of the high maintenance child can energize other children. High maintenance children are often comfortable making their own decisions, expressing their own opinions, even in the midst of disagreement. So what? So you can tell me these characteristics lend itself or themselves to good leaders. Okay? So these children teachers will find most annoying. These children are the children who the teachers will not put as class monitor. But the positive side, if the teacher looks closely is that they influence the others, okay? And they're very independent in their thinking. Some children with a high maintenance temperament, however, tells us that high maintenance is not always easy. Even young children, sorry about that. Even young children with a high maintenance temperament are aware that some children and adults who have high maintenance can be very challenging, and children sometimes find these children annoying, right? So parents and teachers, it is your duty to assist these children in how to manage their negative reactivity. Then we now come to Frederico the Friendly. This is a child who everybody warms up to. So Frederico the Friendly, the child whose temperament is socially eager to try, socially eager, and is driven by the need to be with people. They want to try new experiences. They want to be with people. Because the child's temperament is low in withdrawal, the child is usually pleasant, have a zest for life, and want to do anything that you take. When you take this child on a field trip, Dr. Cole will come to how you have to deal with this child. So new experiences are greeted with enthusiasm because they like opportunities to meet new people. So many children who are socially eager are excited about going to school. They're excited about going on field trips. They're excited about class parties because it provides opportunities to be with people. And teachers love these children. They're the ones who the teachers will say, can you go and borrow the eraser from the teacher next door, please? Because there's no resistance. Safety is often a concern for parents with socially eager children. They may be at risk, however, because they're so eager to try new experiences and to make new friends. In their eagerness to please, they are not always assertive. Okay? So, okay. Now we come to Coretta. A lot has been written about shy children. A lot. There are lots of literature about children who are shy. How, and some of the literature will indicate that their children, shy children, they tend to be overlooked in class, etc. So Coretta is cautious, slow to warm up. Coretta is a child who will need scaffolding. So she's high in withdrawal, or it can be he. It can be Corey. Corey is high in withdrawal. Children who have a temperament, who have this temperament profile, are slow to warm up. They have a high tendency to withdraw from new situations. You see that they're opposite of Frederico. Frederico wants to be in the new situation. They want to withdraw from the new situation. They are not eager to meet new friends. Right, they're hesitant about new experiences. So, you know, when teachers all excited, we're going on a field trip, and Coretta is sitting there and Corey is sitting there, Miss, we don't really want to go. Please, do not knock these children. This is their temperament. They are not like Frederico. So we have to learn how to understand these children and how to scaffold them. Then we come to the child who is only 10% in our classroom, the industrious, Hillary, the hard worker. This child whose temperament profile is industrious is a hard worker. Because the child is low in negative reactivity, her mood is usually pleasant. When there is a change in plans, the industrious child usually handles disappointment well. A child characterized by an industrious temperament style is also high in task persistence and low in activity. This is the perfect student for the teacher. But you know, as teachers, we are not teachers just for the children who present no challenge. What challenges us is also for the children who will need us to focus on them and to help them and to nurture them so that they can learn to manage that other aspect of their personality that other persons often find annoying. Okay? So usually industrious children are good students they're also people pleasers, hence the weakness, who wants to please their teachers and to parents. And sometimes these students need help in being assertive. So even though they're perfect enough for the teachers, they're not giving you any trouble, they're remaining on task, teachers have to guard themselves because teachers can miss the needs of these students, right? So please be aware, they are people pleasers and they lack the capacity to be assertive. And therefore, they too will need your help. Okay, so usually when we're talking about temperament, we're thinking about children who are either low or high on one or more of the temperament dimensions. Almost all children are going to be high or low or have a mix. But what's important is that you look for the one dimension that is very high, that is high. This is the dimension that we call the one that is most salient, right? And so you're able now in your mind to start understanding these children. Now, I must quickly tell you, never use these labels when you identify the child. These labels are to be used by you teachers internally so that it can help you to categorize the children and help you to develop your behavioral plans for the children, okay? So we are going to, so our aim today is for you to recognize the different dimensions of temperament, and we are going to get a little deeper into them, to reframe how you perceive your children's strengths and how you perceive their, what we call rudeness or their misbehavior. We want you to reframe that, right? Don't see them as evil, right? See these moments as times for you, teachable times for you to intervene and to train these children and to help them to become healthy citizens of our society, right? And how to respond to a child in ways that are supportive. And Dr. Cole will take you through that somewhat, how to respond to these children in ways that you're showing them, I am supportive and you're not abusing them, right? Yesterday, I watched an interview with a child who, it's an overseas child, gymnastics. She was involved in gymnastics. And she said the coaches that they are now holding responsible were very abusive. Teachers and parents, this is to guide you from being abusive and seeing the child as little evil ones running around, and to see them, they too want to change. They too, because of their inherent characteristic, they too would like someone to help them to manage their moodiness, to manage the way they complain. Because, and you're people too, you have issues that you would like help with. So children as early as you can know, as early as 2, 3, 4, 5, they want to know that the adults cherish them and are seeking to understand them. Okay, so handout, I'm going to upload handout 1BT in the chat. Hopefully you can chat. I'm going to upload it for you in the chat. Where is the chat? Is there a chat? Yes. Upload it in the chat. Can I upload? Yes, I can. Your computer, I'm coming up. I'm going to be uploading it soon in the chat. Okay. documents. Okay, I need to get to the chat. No, that's not what I want. Probably I'll have to do it after writing. Okay. Let me just upload it quickly and then we move on. And hopefully you can download it. Cannot be sent because it is currently in use. Okay, so I won't be able, so I will stop and we will go over the handout 1BT, which looks at the dimension. We just went through them. So I will go on to the visual presentation. Okay. So before we get into the visual presentation, I'm going to ask you to have a notebook, and I would like you to write down the observations of the different behaviors that you observe in the vignettes, right? So the first vignette deals with withdrawal. You know that Frederico the friendly is the opposite of Coretta. So I want you to just write down what you observe in their character as these vignettes play out. Okay? Okay. Wait a minute. I may need to stop sharing to ensure share sound. Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Miss Peters. This must be our new student, Coretta.
The way the children act when new kids come to their home or school is related to their temperament.
This is Frederico. All the other kids are still... recess, but he's here to greet you.
Children who are high in approach are eager to meet new people. Watch Frederico.
Hi, I'm Frederico. Do you want to see our new science center?
You kids okay? I'm gonna go and talk to Miss Peters for just a second.
Okay. Do you want to play with my robots?
Some children are low in approach and tend to withdraw from new situations.
Do you want to play with our puppets?
These children are often called shy.
Okay. Do you want to make smiley faces on the board?
Frederico was eager to meet Coretta and willing to try just about anything to get her to play. Coretta withdrew from him and his invitations. Coretta finally agreed to an activity with Frederico because it didn't initially require her to talk a lot. After a while, Coretta is likely to feel more comfortable with Frederico and will be more relaxed when she interacts with him.
Yours looks funny. Yours looks cool.
Okay, so in the interest of time, because we're at 1:34, I'm just going to go through, but please be jotting down your observations. And if we have time at the end of Dr. Cole's presentation, then we'll discuss. So please be jotting down. So we're going to go through these very quickly. So the temperament dimension that we're about to look at now, the next one is Gregory. Gregory the grumpy. Gregory is always very active. Okay, so let's go with Gregory.
Some children are just more active than others.
Can I go to the office to give the principal a note from my mom, Mrs. Davis? It's about the after-school basketball program.
No, Gregory, we're working on our art project. Now sit down and finish your work. Gregory, be careful. Otherwise, you're gonna knock over your paints. I told you all that wiggling would get you in trouble. Now go to the sink and get a rag to clean up this water.
Children who are high in activity always seem to be on the go. In contrast to Gregory, children who are low in activity, like Hillary, often have to be encouraged to get moving. Sometimes it's hard to get them involved in sports, while the active child welcomes any chance to run and jump and often creates ways to be active even when it's not offered.
Can you sit down now?
Yes.
Do you think you can do it without wiggling? You can go to the office after we finish our art project, okay? Now it's just not the time.
Okay, good. So we're going to move on. to our next profile, task persistent 1.3T. The temperament dimension is illustrated by Hillary and Gregory. Just quickly, and then the last one.
School-age children frequently have assignments that they need to complete. The way that they approach their classwork is often related to their temperament. Children who are high in task persistence often can complete their work more easily than children who are low in task persistence. Task persistence applies to schoolwork, but other activities as well. Hillary has been working on a poster for the classroom bulletin board for an hour. She shows the same temperamental tendency to be high in task persistence with her art. But Gregory is unable to finish his project. He is low in task persistence when he works on a building project and when he does his classwork.
Have you begun yet?
No.
What do you need to get started copying your homework?
I need my notebook and my pencil.
Okay.
Consequently, it will take more effort on Gregory's part, as well as his teachers, to finish his classroom assignments.
Okay, and then the final temperament profile is negative reactivity. And again, this is illustrated by Gregory.
Okay, is everybody ready for the story?
Just about any day, things happen to kids that may be disappointing or even distressing. The situation can be a minor one. Some children, depending on their temperament, will react strongly and negatively. Others will be much more mild in their response. In this vignette, Miss Davis tells her children about a disappointing situation.
Okay, guys, before we start the story, I have a little bit of news for you. I just received a note from the principal's office, and it says that Mr. Lewis from the zoo is sick and won't be at the zoo this week.
But that's today we're going to the zoo so that he can show us the big mammals.
Notice that Gregory's response is immediately negative and intense. He doesn't give his teacher a chance to finish what she's saying. Instead, he immediately reacts. Gregory's temperament is high in negative reactivity.
We never get to go anywhere.
Gregory, I know that this is disappointing for you.
Can we go see the zoo on another day?
Well, Mr. Lewis says that if we come next week, the baby lambs should be big enough so that we can feed them.
Oh, goody. Will we get to pet them, too?
I think we can.
Who wants to feed some dumb lambs anyway?
Gregory's temperament is high in negative reactivity. He acts intensely and in a negative way. His reaction interferes with the classroom discussion. In contrast, Hillary's temperament is low in negative reactivity. Hillary easily adapts to the change in schedule and looks forward to feeding and petting the lambs.
Okay, so this ends my section, and I'm going to invite Dr. Cole to come, and in the interest of time, we'll leave the discussion for the end. I'll invite her to come and carry on with the goodness of it.
Thank you, Prof. Cook. So good afternoon, attendees. So as we think about goodness of fit, imagine Gregory, imagine Federico, all of these persons in the same space. How would a teacher cope with all of these personalities within the classroom? And so it's important that we have that goodness of fit. So what is goodness of fit? It's a relationship to goodness of fit, which the match of the child's temperament to the demands, expectation, opportunities of the child's environment. So the teacher, the parent, what is happening in the environment, these are important. And so how are these in line with who the child is? And how are we able to help them to navigate this environment as they go through it? And how will they cope? And so children will come to the school system with different mindset, different issues to deal with, different temperament, different level too, whether it's very high or very low. But how do we work with them in this environment for them to be able to manage effectively? Okay? And as we look at goodness of fit, when we're able to match where there's a sense of goodness of fit in the environment, you get a lot more from the student, from the child. You get a lot more from them as against when there is poorness of fit. So let us look, for example, at Frederico, or even Coretta, Coretta is a bit shy. As a teacher, you don't just say, Coretta, go do this, go do that. You get Coretta to warm up to the environment instead of forcing her into doing an activity. So it's very important as we try to understand that. So we do not criticize children. We do not say they can't do this. We do not say they can't do that. They are individual in their own right. They're individual who they have their own sense of who they are. And so it's for us to embrace that and work with them in achieving that sense of fulfillment for the child. So at the end of the day, is for us to ensure that this child meets his or her full potential. And how are we going to do that? Is ensure that there's goodness of fit in the classroom, in the home environment, and of course, whichever environment this child enters. Okay, and go to the next. So we as adults, we should create that environment that we don't restrict a child. Okay, we don't react because of we may not be in line with who we are. And so we have to understand that sometimes we have to make adjustment to facilitate children in their environment. So let us say, for example, let us look at teachers at the early child level. Let us say, as a teacher, you are high in negative reactivity. And you have a student who is also high in negative reactivity. So get excited, get all of these and things affected so easily. How will this fit in the environment? It may be difficult for that child to change at that moment, but you can provide avenues for adjustment to take place, for modification of behavior to take place. And so as adults, we learn how is it that we work with our children to accommodate them. And of course, empathize that they're all different, they're all unique. And so I have to work with the different skills that they have and work with them for them to achieve their goals. So as you think about yourselves as children when you're growing up, there are things that sometimes you were forced into that they didn't like. You were sent to school where you didn't want to talk in class, but you have to talk because you're forced, and sometimes that made you feel bad. So fast track to know with children in the classroom. The same thing exists. For us to ensure that they grow, they develop, and they mature as in the way they should, we have to remember that if what we are doing is different from what is it that who they are as individuals, it's going to be conflicting. It's going to affect their own growth. It's going to affect their own development. And they may have serious challenges learning in the classroom when that takes place. Okay. So as you think about some of the whole aspect of your temperament, even your personality as teachers, those person with negative reactivity, let us look at Frederico. Look at Coretta. Imagine that student in the classroom. What are the things that you will do in the classroom to ensure there's goodness of it? How do you manage and cope? How do you help with these behaviors? Because you may have one of those students who doesn't sit still, is very hyperactive. And at this age, it is natural for children to be hyperactive. So what do? We now have to understand that as children, we have to put things in place, as in set routines, set standards, and of course, make them involved in that process so they know exactly what are the expected behavior. And when we do that, we help them to develop some self-regulatory skills. And of course, we are also doing those skills so they are learning. And of course, we know that children learn a lot from observation, from modeling. And when we model those behaviors, it's likely and more likely that they will adapt and they will adjust. So for example, not shouting at the student who is very high negative reactivity. Have a way to say, okay, it's not us, so let us now listen, let us know. Wait a bit. There are different things we do to ensure that the child, this negative behavior doesn't spiral. And in order to help them, we have to know, use those rules that we would have set. Other than those rules, listening to them, because sometimes, because of who they are, especially somebody who is very shy, somebody who is always a pleaser, we tend not to listen as we should. And if we listen to them, we'll know exactly what are the things that are affecting them. Okay? And so we have to learn these strategies to be able to help the children. So listening is very, very important. Hearing what they have to say. They have a voice. They have something to add to the discussion. Not because they are children, they have a lot to say. They are the ones that are affected. And if they're affected, they need to tell you how they're affected. And so I think I remember my experience. You do not tell a child to be settled. A child between 0 to 6 years old, 7 years old, it's our job to teach them the skills, to provide those environments for them to regulate those behaviors. But it's a part of their development. So we have to know exactly the level the child is at. Or we are going to work with them with the different skills that we're teaching them. And of course, model the skills and ensure that there's consistency in the environment, so the child doesn't get away this time and then, oh, it's not going to happen again. So the child learns over time to monitor his or her behavior and how to regulate the behaviors. Okay. Next slide. And as we know, everybody is unique. So each child temperament is unique. And when these are supported by the warmth and goodness of fit, you'll get the best out of these children. And when a child goes in an environment or interact with individuals who understand them, it's likely that you'll get that child being exceptional. So let us look at Coretta, who is very shy. How do you approach Coretta in this environment who is very difficult to, not really difficult, who doesn't want to really engage in an activity with others? Or do you start? You may start by explaining, by maybe giving her one task, or maybe assigning her to one person to work with her, and then move on, you move it little by little. So you start at a point where the child is covered up with one person. So don't force the child into the full environment of everybody. The child is going to have serious issues there, which is the opposite to the social butterfly. Okay, to Frederico, where Frederico wants to be a part of everything. And so Frederico is fine. Frederico will go out and have fun. And at the same time, always remember that because Frederico is very fine, will have fun, remember that know the persons that he will be interacting with, so they don't force him to do things that he doesn't want to do. So the goodness of it is very important, and providing that warmth in that environment to encourage that is very important to children's growth. And if they are able to, if this happens in the environment, if this happens in home or at school, you get children that sense of self, that identity improve, their own sense of their ability to achieve, their own self-efficacy improve, the attachment also improve, because they feel comfortable in the space that they are. Next slide. Just going to read a few things that what goodness of fit will do. So as we look at the benefits of creating goodness of fit, the first one is you can avoid some of the recurring battles that take place within your home. So when you have goodness of fit, you have less battles. When you send a child, go read, go do this, you have less battles. But always remember, telling a child to go read whenever the child does wrong it's a punishment. So remember, that is not used. It helps to build a trusting relationship. Okay, and of course, the child becomes respectful of you, the teacher, the parent, and of course, the persons he or she is working with. And as mentioned before, self-esteem raised, okay? All right, and of course, as educators, those who are educators, it's important that we understand our work environment, the situation in which we are working. How do we accommodate the children in the classroom? Also remember that they're coming from different environmental contexts, so they may have similar temperament with different level of reactivity or not, but their environmental context could influence how they behave in the classroom. So we have to take those into consideration when we're working with them. Remember, a child coming from a home where the child sees more abuse may react differently. So we remember those as we think about our children and working with them, okay? And remember to respond in a caring manner. Warmth is very important. And I've always said that being a teacher, there must be some love, of that love and that warmth, that caring, that being caring for our children and loving our children. So once we start there, we get to understand who they are. We get to know that not everybody fits in the same situation, same way, and work with them at their level. It's important to understand the individuals within the classroom and not seeing them as a group. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Poole. Thank you so much. I wish we could get some questions, and I guess I won't be able to get your answers about the different temperaments. But Dr. Cole said something very, very important. We do not tell a child to settle. If a child is high in activity, we observe that. We plan to help the child how to decrease their activity level. So you don't keep telling the child, secondly, you need to not be so active. No, you as the educator needs to plan activities to help that child to be more settled, because that child has a need to be active, right? So that's very, very important. Also,
there are some questions in the chat. So
okay.
Go ahead, Prof. Let me just find the questions. Also, the first one is from Denise Mars is asking, can high temperament children also be described as socially eager?
No, high temperament children, and it's Federico is friendly. When you say high temperament, you mean high maintenance?
Maybe it's high maintenance. I don't know.
Right. Because temperament is these are the categories, right? High maintenance, Federico the friendly, the cautious and shy, task persistent, right? So children who are high maintenance, they tend to whine a lot and be moody. They may influence a group of children, but children tend to find them not approachable. They're not as warm as Federico. And so the host has asked you to start your video. Start my video. I'm not certain, but I'll do it. But you as a teacher have to know the children, because children who are warm and friendly, you have to be careful with them. They will go to strangers. So if you go on a field trip, you have to know that these set of children they're going to need extra supervision. Also, children who are socially eager, they are the ones who the teacher should not put out of the class. Teachers will say, when they're being disruptive, stand outside. These children will continue to be disruptive because they enjoy standing outside. They enjoy waving to the children who are passing by. They enjoy telling everybody, oh, today's a happy day. So the more you put them outside, the more they are disruptive, because that's what they want to do.
Right. And the next one, Shireen Fletcher says, teachers have to learn to transform for the different types of children we have to deal with. And yes, we are the adults. So yes, we have our children.
Right. So
Yes, we
I
have
wouldn't say transform.
right. So we are the adults. So you're not changing yourself. You're just accommodating the children in the classroom. You're adjusting to be able to fit all the different, but you're not changing yourself.
Right. Right.
Be mindful of the students you have and how you work with them.
Right. You're changing your perspective on how you see them. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions yet.
Any more questions? Okay, so while we're waiting for some more questions, just to highlight to you that Federico, the socially eager, they are initiators. They will initiate. They will initiate in relationship. They want everybody to feel friendly and at home. So they are the children who you will assign probably to new children who are coming in for the term, because they will help to integrate them. Gregory is low in attention span. When a child is low in attention span, there's no point you are as teachers saying to the child, you need to spend a longer time looking, doing your work and finishing up. Gregory is not like that. So as teachers, you may have to pass the time. You may have to say, okay, Gregory, you can only sit for 15 minutes, not 45 minutes in your head as teachers, as Hillary, who is always on task. So because you can sit for 15 minutes, I am going to allow you to do 15 minutes of work, and then I'm going to allow you to go to the learning center to play with the manipulators quietly. And after 15 minutes, you come back and do another 15 minutes. So what we're saying is that Hillary, the hard worker, will stay there for half an hour, 45 minutes, non-stop doing her work. Gregory will not, and he's not bad and evil. So as teachers, you will have to learn ways now to manage his time in short proportions that he gets his work done, but he is not being asked to do what he's not capable of doing. His attention span is short.
So I'm happy that you mentioned that, Prof, because Lorna Heron is asking. So just before we go to Lorna Heron's question, so as you think about the different personalities and temperament in a classroom, you can use activity that will involve everybody.
Right.
So the question that Lorna is asking here is, if while doing one-on-one with a child and the children keeps on jumping, or do I get the child settled? So I was adding the and Prof will continue. So always when you're planning for your children, plan for everybody at the same time. So you're giving activities. You may decide to maybe do grouping. You may decide to do the activity that the children are able to participate in at different points. And so the aspect of the classroom, the differentiated classroom, where you're providing that to accommodate the different learners. And at the same time, because they're at this age where they're naturally attention getters, hyperactive, it's a part of their growth and development. So we have to ensure that we have activities that will always engage them. And as we think again about the national standard curriculum, the explore, the engage, the elaborate, and all of that, utilizing those skills that you learn from those curriculum guide to help you to plan for the students. You can continue, Prof.
Yeah, just to add to you, I think Charlene touched a very good point. And this is why we are encouraging teachers to not only plan for their content curriculum in terms of subject area, but it's important for you to plan, have a behavioral plan where you plan for different levels of concerns in your classroom. So you will learn how to say, okay, if the child keeps talking, I'll give them the signal, the look, the eye, whatever. That's a level 1. And then you plan what are the more moderate, what you call it now, disruption, you would call it. And then you plan your consequences and what are the disruption that requires the principal's intervention. So it's what we're saying is you should not be reactive or spontaneous in how you make a behavioral plan, right? You should sit at the beginning of the term, have an idea of your teachers. You have probably been there for over 2-3 years. you can have an idea of the different mix of students and plan how you're going to deal with what we call the constraints in your class. Dr. Cole?
Yes, and as we think about planning, if we think about just understanding the stage of development that the children are at, and we know that there's a continuum. Plan for the full continuum. I know sometimes it's difficult to plan like that, but I will think about that you have a class. Some of you may have a class with over 20, although it should be 20 in a class. Some of you may have over 20. How do you try to reach everybody at the same time? So plan, so you do a lot of grouping activities, mixed grouping. These will help. And so they're able to scaffold. So you may decide to put maybe a Frederico in each group, that social butterfly within each group, to be able to keep the group going. You may need to put a Coretta in another group to be able to understand and work with each other. So you'll get a mix of everybody working together. And so when you pull one to work with one, you still get the individuals working together. So, and doing a task. And so keep them and also ensure that the task that they're doing is meaningful, it's fun. And so children at this age, they learn a lot through fun, through games and plays. Utilize a lot of that. The circle time is a wonderful time to work with your children. I'm not seeing any other questions.
Just to also comment that you will notice that in one of the vignettes that the child Frederico was asked by the teacher to welcome Coretta, right? She didn't ask Gregory, somebody with a Gregory profile, or even Hillary, who is low in activity. She asked Frederico to be the one to welcome Coretta, right? Because she knows that Frederico is socially engaged and he is not about to back down, even though there's resistance from Coretta. Thank you very much. I see Ms. Thomas, which means we have come to an end. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Very enlightening, very informative. I am loving the discussion. We have a lot of positive feedback. Loving the discussion. And they're thanking you, Professor Cook and Dr. Cole. Very informative. You know, learning so much. So we covered a lot in this session. We looked at how learning about temperament can help understand and explain the child's behavior. We looked at the different temperaments, the cautious, the hard worker, the grumpy, the friendly, and, you know, looking at our classroom environments and how we're able to have those different temperaments and have a inclusive classroom and having everybody participate and having all of the children needs being met. So I love that discussion. A special thank you to Professor Cook and Dr. Cole, you know, to our participants. I know the practitioners really enjoy that, and our viewers, right? Let us know how you feel. Share your evaluation of this session on our ECC website, ecc.gov.jm, right? Just scroll down to the bottom of the page and you click on where you see ECC PDI 2022, right? Thank you so much for joining. We now go into Millie Movers. Looking forward to having you all in the next session. Thank you, Dr. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank
thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas, and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now. Millennial Movers, just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is, let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Millennial Movers. Thank you.
A pleasant afternoon. Welcome back. We know. Hi. Hi, Professor Hunter. How are you doing? We now move into Toddlers Talk Show. The presenters, Professor Gail Hunter and Miss Colette Kane. Professor Hunter, hi everyone, good afternoon. Sorry about that, I was muted. We are now in the session titled Toddlers Talk Show. Our presenters are Professor Gail Hunter and Miss Colette Kane. Welcome everyone. Professor Gail Hunter. She's a professor and coordinator in the School of Early Childhood Development at George Brown College. She holds an honors degree in social and political thought and early childhood education diploma as well. She is certified in psychology of human relations and teaching and training adults. Areas of specialization, play-based curriculum, working with families, educating adults, and creating inclusive environments with a focus on anti-racism. On top of her teaching, Gail played a pivotal role in establishing the George Brown and the Pace relationship. This relationship blossomed into the current joint Jamaica-George Brown affiliation. 21 years later, Gail continues to be involved in the project through facilitating workshops in Jamaica on behalf of the Early Childhood Commission, the Dudley Grant Foundation, the University of the West Indies Early Childhood Development Center, and PACE. Miss Colette Kane is a registered early childhood educator who is the manager of 2 George Brown College Lab schools, where she is responsible for 21 early childhood educators and more than 200 children between the ages of 18 months to 10 years, and also their families. She specializes in play-based curriculum, working with families, behavior guidance, and creating positive learning environments. For the past 19 years, Colette has overseen the Early Childhood Education International Project. She organizes, prepares, and supervises second-year early childhood educators, students in their month-long teaching experiences in Jamaica, basic and infant schools. Colette has facilitated a number of workshops in Jamaica and continues to work closely with the Early Childhood Commission, the Dudley Grant Foundation, the University of the West Indies, Early Childhood Development Center, and PACE. Now, in this session, participants will gain a better understanding of the use and richness of child-directed language in supporting young children's cognitive, social, and emotional development. Identify ways to support toddlers, conversations, and how to create a positive environment for them to use language when communicating.
No. Participants, please be reminded just to type all your questions and comments in the chat. Visit the ECC's website at ecc.gov.gm and please fill out the evaluation form. I now hand over to Professor Hunter and Ms. Kane. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for that lovely introduction, Ms. Thomas. We greatly appreciate it. I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, let me just get my slides back up here. They've disappeared on me. Got too many other screens open. Okay, now we should be able to see these slides. Let me just open it.
While Gail is doing that, I'm just going to say hello to everybody. On behalf of Gail and I, we're so excited to be doing this presentation with you, and we're hoping that you can take a lot out of it. We have a lot of expertise with toddlers and language, and so we're hoping that any questions that you have, please ask them. We're here to help and answer questions along the way. Ms. Thomas, you made us sound well educated and informed, and we want to thank you for that. I think you put too much credit on Gail and I, but we will accept it gracefully and we will run away with it as best as we can. Unfortunately, I'm at work. Not unfortunately, it's a pleasure to be at work, but to do a presentation at work, it's a little difficult sometimes. So the lighting is a little off in my office, and you may hear children's in the background as they're getting ready to go outside and play, as well as I'm in a public school. So you may actually hear the school bell going off at the end of the day as well, or announcements. So it may be a little busy at this time, but bear with us and we will get through it. So thank you everybody for joining.
Thank you, Colette. That was lovely. I have to say today, it's wonderful that you've been able to join us, as was yesterday. Colette didn't have an operating camera, so we're ready to go now. This is an interactive presentation, so we will be asking you questions and to do some reflection. And we do understand that you can't speak on the system, but that you will be able to type in the chat, or you can even type on my screen once I release it. When I ask you a question, I can open it so you can type on the screen.
Yes,
so we're
and Professor Hunter, we are live on YouTube, so we have many viewers, right? So we're having a conversation in the chat on YouTube, right? So when they ask their questions, I'm able to, share with you guys so you can respond. All
yes,
right.
And so we appreciate that. So you'll just read us the comments and then you'll share it.
Yes.
Perfect. So can you see the screen all right?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So it's Toddler Talk Show, and I'm Gail Hunter, and my partner here, who has already introduced herself, is Colette Kane. So we'd like to start off immediately with the first one. Go ahead, Colette.
So we want to take you back a little bit. For some of us, it may be a little bit further back than for others, but to just go back to our recall memory and reflect on your younger years and what comes to mind when you were around adults with language. Right? Our conversation today is about toddlers and language. And so we would just want you to think about when you were a toddler or a preschooler, your first memories as to the types of conversations that took place with you, or what type of interaction you actually had with other adults. So if you can just kindly type that in for us, that would be greatly appreciated. I think Gail and I were around adults that like to talk a lot, because at times we're very quiet and we're really good listeners. And then other times we're the ones that like to do all the talking and have everybody listen to us. So we're hoping to do a bit of the blend of both with this workshop. As Gail said, this is interactive, so we're hoping to hear your voice through your words. And Ms. Thomas will definitely share them with us, which we would greatly appreciate.
Well, as the conversation progresses, I think persons will start to, comment and give their feedback.
Right. Thank you. And I know it's the end of the day for a lot of people. You've been sitting, which we don't necessarily do a lot of as educators. We're moving around a lot and trying to stay focused on workshops. So we definitely appreciate your time with us. So for me, when I'm thinking back to when I was younger, there wasn't a lot of conversation for me. It was children were to be seen and not heard necessarily. And my parents were from England, and so it was the old school way. And so I know that when I wanted to talk, I had an older sister who was 6 years older than me and would do a lot of the talking for me. So I didn't have to do a lot. So my language was actually delayed a little bit because she did more of the talking on my behalf. And I have a younger sister who is actually 6 years younger than me, and I did the exact same thing for her. And so we noticed that for us, as we started to develop, especially in our early years in school, it was a lot harder for us to speak up. And, you know, as we got older, we started to come out of our shell a little bit more, but it definitely was the early years that provided us with an opportunity to speak or not speak. So I'm going to throw it back out there to you and see how many of you were in that same situation. You know, were you raised to be seen and not heard, or were you raised to participate in language as an early child, a young child?
While we wait for someone to, or a few people to comment, the times that I was invited into a conversation or was invited to speak, I had to wait to be invited. It wasn't something that would be expected of a child nor accepted from a child to initiate the conversation. And so you were often called upon to show a skill such as sing a song or do your alphabets for the guests or what have you, but you weren't really privy to being part of the conversation. However, there were times where we were included in discussion at the dining room table, but it was generally the adults talking politics or religion or what have you at that point in time.
Ms. Thomas, is there anything there, or would you have an example that you'd like to share with us as well? We're going to use you, Ms. Thomas.
Well, for me, I think for most Jamaican children, we were raised as to be seen and not heard. Right? So even if you're in the room with adults, you would, have to be there, but not be there. You wouldn't participate in a conversation. Whereas when you are a little older, you might be more involved. Right? So I'm getting some additional comments, some responses from our viewers. So I have Eleanor that is saying, back in many times, people talked around us and we talked to each other as children, right? Adults were not much fun, were not good listeners. Yeah, so
We'll probably
that's
take one more.
Any other comments, any other reflections?
If not, no pressure. No pressure. We'll get you on the next one.
That's right. So fostering communication and expression. For us as educators, the goal for the child, right? When we have children in our care that are 18 months to 3 years, because that's what we deem to be toddlers for the majority, every child is a capable communicator who expresses himself or herself in many ways. They don't have to necessarily be verbal when they're communicating with you. They can be using gestures. They can be bringing you something and they're communicating with you. I want you to read this story to me. Or they're pointing, tell me what that is. That's the bird outside. So there's a variety of different ways that they'll be communicating with us. When they give a hug, children will run up, they want to give you a hug, right? That's their means of communication. It's like, I'm happy you're here. I feel safe in your environment and I want to be with you. For us, program expectations are that early childhood programs foster communication in all forms. So we're going to continue to read through the slides. We're going to go into more detail about what that looks like. So when educators are aware of and are able to understand and respond to many languages that children use to communicate, they give every child a voice. So as I said a second ago, they could be providing something to you. They can be giving you that book, read this to me. They could be dancing to music in the room. They're communicating with you that they're enjoying that song. So perhaps instead of just listening to the music, you could be singing along with the song to the children as well. We want children to feel like they are heard in the environment. Unlike us, many of us, when we were growing up, we weren't. As somebody so nicely said, that children were talking with each other and the adults were communicating with themselves. So it was like two separate conversations that were taking place in one space. But for us, we want to include the children in the conversation. Our programs should evolve around what the children are saying and or doing to express themselves. So regardless of the child's age or ability, the reciprocal learning that takes place, I'm observing the child, I'm able to respond to them accordingly. The child is responding to me, is what we're wanting to do. We want to enhance the connection between the children's language skills, social skills with their peers and adults, and cognitive activities.
Colette, I'm just going to share a couple of chats now. They're coming through so that we can see them. And I won't say names. I'm just going to more or less give a quick overview of them. So someone mentions, I do not remember adults talking to me directly unless I was being reprimanded. Very common in Ontario, in Canada, in Jamaica, in Belize. It's a very typical of that period as well. Also, I had to raise my hand to be invited, and I can totally connect and relate to that. Also, not being able to freely speak, we had to know when to speak around adults. Oh, excellent. Well said. These are fabulous comments. Thank you so much. And then we have raise our hand to be seen, and we were raised to be seen and not heard. Absolutely. Exactly what you were saying, Colette. So we're going to look forward to hearing chats like that or seeing chats so that we can quickly do an overview. We need to adhere to the 1 hour. And so that's the only reason we had to move on quickly after giving a couple of minutes for people to respond. But I don't mind getting them a little bit later and sharing them. So thank you. I'll keep an eye on the chat.
No, that's great. Thank you, Gail. And you're absolutely right? What we were raised with, we definitely want to change. And so over the years, you've slowly seen change take place. And who are we but the change makers? And so if we're not going to do it, who's going to do it on behalf of those children? And how are we going to get them involved, right? And the only way that we can do that is to build those responsive relationships with children so that they feel safe and they can trust us in the environment. And again, they know that their voice can be heard. So whether they're an infant and they're cooing to communicate with us or babbling away, to whether they're those 5-year-olds that are in the classrooms with us and they're telling us off, they're feeling safe in the environment to be able to do that. And so that speaks volumes to who you are as educators, practitioners, principals, whomever is on this with us on this site. We want to say thank you for encouraging that. Gail and I have been out there. We can see that the conversations that are happening are authentic. But again, we want to make sure that we're focusing on the positives as well, because if children feel that they're only going to be reprimanded for saying something, they're going to shut down really quickly and not use their voice. So we want them to use their voice and we want them to try. And if they make a mistake means that they've tried. And isn't that what we ask for children? Just to try. For those of them that are just learning language, it's that reciprocal serve and return. We're playing that tennis game, right? We've got the rackets. You're saying a word, you may say it incorrectly, and another child may correct you, or vice versa, right? I know so often I trip up my words because my mind is thinking a lot faster than my mouth is, believe it or not. But it does happen, and the children will stop and say, Colette, what did you just say? Because they've heard me. And I go, oh my goodness, I can't believe I just messed up my words for you. And it's okay then, because it just means that if they do it, it's okay. We're all learning together, right? You want the conversation and interaction to be direct and meaningful. And the only way that you can do it is to be authentic with those children and encourage them to speak. So
And I
we're going
just want to
keep
comment,
pushing on that.
Colette, in that this is also that stage where children are starting to become autonomous and trying to make decisions and trying to develop that sense of presence and self. And so it is really important to give room for error or to make, you know, just not following through or listening sometimes. It's important that we listen and watch what happens when we do make our requests, simply because if you continually correct children or stop children in their tracks, as you said, they're not going to have that time. They're no longer going to have that desire to try again. And we really do want repetition of learning where they practice those experiences so that they do become strong communicators.
Right, exactly. So again, building those positive relationships, how do we do that? We follow the lead of the child. As educators, it's really important for us to think this through. Are we there for the children or are the children there for us? And if the children are there for us, we're not in it for the right reason, right? And so we have to follow the cues of the child, whether it's an infant or whether it's an older child. So when we're talking about language here, we're talking across the board for all ages, but we're specifically going to reflect back on toddlers and how to encourage them to do that in the environment. Face-to-face interactions, communication, your body position. Are you standing over the child to let them know that you're the authoritarian in this conversation? Or are you actually engaging in it eye to eye with the children? That's so important as to how you position your body. You can see that when Gail and I are talking, like we sit up, we come back down, we're reaching in, we're sitting back. So there's lots of ways for us to engage in communication without even saying anything, because our body is doing it for us. Again, give the child the voice that they need, right? Take a second, be that active listener. So often we're always in a hurry that we like, yeah, we got it, okay. Think back to when you were a child and you were constantly given direction, right? You may want to say something about, I'm trying to tie my shoe or I need help. And somebody is just like, okay, because they're really not paying attention to what we're saying. So again, just to be that active listener. Be aware of your tone, your affect, your facial expressions. Again, it speaks volumes to the relationship that you're having with that child. For some children, we know there's those children that are constantly in your face. I want to do this, miss, sir, I can do it, right? They're constantly there. Some you want in your face, some you're like, I need space from you. So you have to think about that. Are you reacting to each child authentically and making them feel empowered in that moment? One language course that I took back in Toronto, it's called the Hannon program. And for us, it was really focusing in on infants and toddlers and how we were interacting with the children. And they called it the OWL process. So you were to say something to a child, give a direction, whatever it was that you needed to pass the message along about. You would observe the child to see whether or not they're actually taking in your message. You would wait 15 seconds. You would listen to see whether or not they're saying something back to you. If they're not, after 15 seconds, you would repeat the process. We know that some children, it takes a little bit longer, and for adults, it takes longer for us to process a message that's going through that we then need to act upon. So if there's anything that you take away from this workshop, please use the OWL method. Observe, wait, and listen. Those 15 seconds are vital for any child because it's given them a chance to process the information and then act upon it. And that's what we need to see happen. If we've learned in this program as well, that if you've tried it 2 or 3 times and you're not getting the message across to the child and you're not getting the response that you're looking for, this then could be an indicator that the child could have a hearing problem or that the child could have a receptive problem. And so it's giving you now time to really reflect on what you've observed rather than jump to conclusions of Colette's not listening to me. Once again, she's not listening to me. Is the message being presented to her behind her, and so she's not hearing it properly? Or are you in front of me giving me the message so that I can at least look at your face and read your lips? Because that too is equally as important as the message that you're giving. It's how it's being received.
And just something else I'd like to offer up is that, often we don't think about toddlers as having their own agency. We don't perceive them as being thinking and feeling individuals. We tend to get into that mode that we're still caring, we're still, working with the child, but we're not really taking in what that child may have experienced the night before. We as adults, we get stressed, we get very stressed by sometimes the night experience or our lived experience on our own times. Could be ailing parents or children or ourselves even. And now we're in front of the classroom trying to work. We know that when we're in that state, sometimes we don't hear as well, or we're easily distracted. And it's really important to also give that room to toddlers. They too can be having a hard life, even at the age of being a toddler, in the sense that life is not maybe as smoothly running as it could. Maybe that child is hungry. Maybe that child is distracted because they didn't sleep enough. And it really is important to be able to meet that child. And so I love the idea that you're talking about, Colette, that the Hen and Speech and Language program offered up the OWL. I think that's so wise, and giving that child 15 seconds that also allows you to start thinking in your head about what might be up with the child. Is it a red flag? Is it just the state for today? And then I'll try again later. I'm going to encourage the child to go and play. Colette, why don't you go play with something, and then tap into Colette later, just to check in and see if she's in that same state or unable to listen. And remember, one day could be very different from the next day.
Absolutely. And as you said, as adults, every day is a different day for us. And so, as an adult, are we rushing children out the door because we've got to get to work or we have to get to school on time? And that child's routine for the morning has been set differently. It can affect the child too. So
Colette, you might want to also talk about, I feel this is almost like a podcast, so you don't mind me jumping in like this. But I've heard you speak about this many times, about the difference between the expressive and the receptive and how much they actually understand. Maybe you just want to do a little bit about that and then continue on the responsive.
Sure. So when we're talking about expressive language, you want to consider the age of the child that you're working with. So if you're working with a 2-year-old, your sentence is only going to be 2 to 3 words. If you're with a 3-year-old, you're going to expand it to 4 words in a sentence. And that's because that's all that they can take in at that time, right? So that receptive piece, so you're expressing to them what you would like or the observation that you're making, and you're saying it in 2, 3, 4 words, depending on the age. The receptive piece is, okay, I've got 15 seconds now to hear what you're saying to me. We know that with anybody, anything after 15 seconds becomes, I'm taking that mental vacation, or it sounds like wah, 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 Charlie Brown's teacher. And you kind of blocked everything else out. So I say to the student educators when they're coming to us, I say to the educators that I work with, it's important for you to get the message across in your first 2, 3, 4 words, because anything after that is not going to be heard. So if you want a child to do something, you tell them what it is that you want them to do, or you tell them what it is that you like at the very beginning of your sentence, because that's what they're going to remember. So if you say to them, we don't use our feet inside for running, we walk inside, what are they taking away? We don't run. So what am I going to do? I'm going to run because I heard the word run. Instead of, we use walking feet. So now I hear walking. Okay, I'm going to change what I'm going to do. So it's all about the expression in your face, in your body, in the words that you're using in order for them to receive it and then follow through with the direction.
And they're receptive language is actually far greater than their expressive language.
Mhm.
And so we also need to be, as educators, really conscious and aware of what we're saying in front of them. This is the time period that people will sometimes say things maybe in reference to somebody else, and that child may not be able to repeat what you've said, but they get the gist of it. And then suddenly you hear them repeating words that they shouldn't. And we've all heard children, toddlers saying some words that, you know, even adults shouldn't really be saying, but they're saying them anyways. And we hear our toddlers. Well, why? Because they've heard someone else say it. So it is really important that we convey, you know, Colette's going to get into also, you know, having a responsive relationship in general with families and children. And it's really important because that child can't tell the parent necessarily what that's being said about them, but the children can feel the feeling of what is being said. And in that, their cortisol levels will rise or their anxieties will rise. They don't know that. You may not notice that, but it does. And it will alter that communication and that relationship that you're trying to cultivate.
Mhm. Exactly. And it goes back to what we're talking about now, that face-to-face interaction, right? Being at the child's level, using their name. How important is it, or how proud do you feel when somebody actually uses your name, right? So if I were to say, come here, little girl, and I've got 12 girls in my room, which child am I speaking to? But if I turn and I say, Colette, I need you to come over here, Colette's going to come. Is she going to come because I said, Colette, come over here? And now she's wondering, oh, am I in trouble by the way that she said my name? Or is it okay? So again, using your voice is equally as important as your facial expression. So if I were to say, Colette, I need you to come over here, and I'm cheerful, I'm going to think, okay, I'm coming over, I'm going to get to do something. But if I change my tone or my affect is flat, Colette, come over here. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. Am I going to be received with open arms, or am I going to be, you know, chastised for doing something wrong? And so you really have to think about that, especially with infants and toddlers. They really read our bodies and they listen to the voice, right? You have some children, as soon as they see an educator with a smile on their face, their arms are out. They want to go to that educator. And then you have an educator whose face is flat and they're trying to take that child. That child may not want to go to that person because they, again, don't know, is this going to be a good interaction or not, right? So again, use their names. Avoid cutesy names, right? Like everybody has names that, pet names that their parents or their aunts, uncles, grandparents have given them. But in school, it's so important for us to recognize the child for who they are, because it makes them feel a part of. And it goes back to that whole sense of belonging. And for many of you, if you've been in workshops with Gail and I, you know that we focus on the importance of feeling a part of and belong to. And so use those names.
And also the nicknames are a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Particularly when they're names like, you know, I don't know, inappropriate names, names that describe their abilities or their thinking level or their body size, or we need to avoid names.
Yeah, and I've heard many places, I've traveled a lot. And, you know, for the little girls who wear the cute little outfits, oh, come here, sexy girl. Well, you're now setting that child up, whether they're 3, 4, 5, 6, to feel as though they're sexy. And what is that portraying? We're looking at body language, right? We're looking at body affirmation. Just because, you know, my body may not look the same as somebody else's, you're not calling me sexy girl, right? And so now I'm comparing myself to my friend who's been called that. And it's just not a good scenario for anybody, no matter what age they're at, to be using nicknames or cutesy names. So conversing with toddlers. Oh, I'm sorry. Gail, can you take this? I just have to get the door.
I can, not a problem.
Thank
So
you.
conversing with toddlers, talk to the children, not at them. And there's a real difference in talking to someone and with them rather than at them. You're talking to engage them. And so because it supports, when we converse with toddlers, it supports many things. It supports the language development. It supports their cognition, the problem solving, getting into longer sentences or more complex sentences. That's social. We're starting to model the social skills, so making eye contact when we talk, getting down to the level, using indoor voices or using outdoor voices, using positive language and expression. Do you want me to finish it? I have two more, the emotional, physical. You want to do it or?
No, if you finish it, because you know what you said, sorry.
Okay, not a problem. The physical in the sense of being able to understand the audio, the audio processing. So being able to follow and walk around and it helps them to develop their ability, but also to be able to label their body parts, label their efforts, what they're doing. I'm jumping, I'm hopping. So understanding the meaning of words, the complexity, and then involving the kinetic aspect, which is the movements that they would make. And as well, the emotional. And the emotional is actually one of the really important ones. When we look at the social emotional, that's one of the core ones because it's their well-being. And so with the emotional, we need to spend a lot of time identifying and when a child is sad, we can say, oh, you're looking sad. Are you sad? You look a little anxious. What's up? To use the language and label those emotions, then they become those preschoolers that will say to you, oh, I'm so excited, but I'm anxious today, right? They can give you the complexity of their emotions. And then that puts us on the same page. We can really understand what that child's understanding, but not only what they're understanding, that their knowledge base for understanding how they're feeling. And we meet so many adults who are mad, are angry, are happy. And that seems to be the range of their emotional expression. And I know you all know somebody like that. And now I'm going to be biased. I'm being sexist here. And it's mostly males that are not able to identify their emotions. And so we need to support our men to understand and label emotions. Our children, if we start with our children, then we're going to have males, we're going to have men that are better understanding at emotions. So when you say you're feeling a certain way, it's not going to be, you're just so that way, right? You want people to understand, because when we understand and we can express our own emotions, we up the communication level.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. And I'm just going to add as well that I think that it's really important when we're talking about emotions and men and males, think about your dramatic center. Mm. How many times do we say, boys don't play with dolls, boys don't do the cooking? Well, I got to tell you, in my house, my husband does all the cooking. I work till 6 o'clock. He's home at 5. So my dinner is ready when I get home. And that's because his mom taught him how to cook. Right? I didn't do it. His mom did it. And I'm so thankful to her because it's made my life a lot easier. And we eat at a half decent time. So think about that, right? Think about those of you that have partners that, when you're raising a baby, you want that male partner to hold the baby. You want that partner to change the diaper. You want that partner to feed the baby. The only way that they're going to feel comfortable doing it is to start off in the dramatic center. And that's that whole role piece that we want to encourage along the way to enhance the emotional skills. Babies cry, boys cry. Why do we say boys don't cry? We want them to be empathetic. We want them to have those emotions so that when we're upset, they can relate to us rather than, here she goes again, she's having a moment. So we want them to understand, and we want to be able to share those emotions with them and through them. And that's so important to start at an early age. So our question now to you is, and we're going to ask you to think about it and put it in the chat, where does language happen? Okay, we've been talking about language. Where does it happen in your classroom? So if you can just send us a message, that would be great. Ms. Thomas, if you can read any that are coming through for us as well.
And Colette, I'm going to read one actually. I think it's Naomi. States, I was brought up to be seen and not heard unless asked. As a child, my space was at the back of my house when someone visited. In addition, permission had to be granted to me to have access to talk. Example, excuse me, sir, madam, and then I could proceed to speak. Isn't that well said? Absolutely, I can relate. And I know Colette can as well to what that statement says. So we totally understand, and it's very typical.
It's interesting, Gail, when you were reading that, and thank you, Naomi, for sending that. When you were reading that, my heart sunk for a second. I went down in my chair a little bit because it just put me back into my childhood.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, here
Mhm.
I'm back in that moment all of a sudden. And you've all been saying it, absolutely. But to hear it again after just talking about how important it is that we give children a voice, and then all of a sudden you reflect back on, I was shut down. It was just like, oh, we can't do that to children. We can't have them have that sinking feeling like I just had. So
there's another one. There's another comment here. It says, it's from Michelle Campbell. I appreciate how Miss Kane shared the age and the number of words to be mindful when talking to children. And so I would take that as a cue that that's something we're supposed to remember. Thank you, Michelle. You're absolutely right. And it is something that educators should keep in mind. I agree.
And we do have what we call the cheat sheets, and we will send that on as well. And it's just a quick reminder of interactions to have with children, what to look for, and again, the age and stage of development for language. So we will definitely pass that along so those of you that are in this workshop can get a copy of it.
And it's good to see you, Miss Michelle Campbell. Well, we don't see you, but we know you're there.
That's right. Okay. Did anything come through as to where does language happen?
We've got a comment throughout the day: circle time, rest time, one-on-one, and when visiting children in learning centers and during meal times. My fave too. Now I have a feeling that was Michelle sharing, and so thank you so much, because you hit it right on the head there. That is exactly it. And that's my favorite time as well.
Exactly. So we can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Please. Thank you. So it happens everywhere. As Michelle was just saying, you gave us a few ideas of transitions, meal times. For us in Toronto, we really focus on the importance of family dining in the childcare center. So family style dining, children serve themselves and they engage in conversation. There's many places that I've been to, and when I was growing up as well, you've got food in your mouth, don't talk, finish eating, and then we'll have the conversation. Well, by the end of my meal, I might've forgot what I wanted to say. So for us here at the childcare center, we'll say, finish what's in your mouth and then tell us, so that you don't choke while you're chewing and talking at the same time. But we really want to hear what the child has to say. So mealtime is so important for children because they're relaxed, right? They're happy, they're having their food, they want to share anything that's happened about the day. Those are really good moments for you to have with children about recalling what took place in the morning. Because again, we're building on that brain development, right? We're building on the recall skills that we can now ask them questions and get them to tell us what they did that morning. What did you like to do when you were outside? What did you draw when you were at the art table? Anything that you can think of, ask those questions. Through transitions, absolutely. You can ask them what comes next. Through routines, everything that they do throughout the day is a routine. Everything that we do is a routine. So engage them in it. In curriculum, any area that you have in your program, ask those questions. Put up pictures, get them to start looking at pictures and trying to tell you stories as to what they see. Spontaneous interactions, activities, child-to-child interactions. Really important that the adult encourages the child to speak, but we also encourage children to speak with one another. as we continue to do that throughout their ages and stages, they'll start working on their problem solving skills. And isn't that what we want to see with children? We want them to be able to problem solve. We want them to be able to stand up for themselves and be able to articulate their emotions rather than being physical. And the only way to do that is to encourage it through your interactions and engaging others in it. How do you do that? You start off. So Gail and I are having a conversation, and then all of a sudden we're inviting another child into that conversation. I'm then going to start to remove myself a little bit so that Gail and the other child can talk, right? So that's how you want to start those conversations with the children. You have to be the leader and engage them, and then you remove yourself from it.
I want to read a couple of the chats, and again, it's individuals that have shared already with us, so we thank them from the bottom of our heart for your participation and your great examples or ideas. Tia said, and I forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that or anybody's name. Tia mentioned circle time, story time, and guided creative time. As well, Missy mentioned circle time and devotion time. And Naomi mentions language happens in every area of the learning environment. So rich. And Carlene says meal time. Thank you for your participation. We greatly appreciate it. Makes our presentation more interesting.
So as everybody said, it happens everywhere at any given time of the day. So you want to be excited about that. There's some days I can tell you I go into the toddler room and they sound like a bunch of chickens just da, 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 and it's great. And then I go in other times I'm like, oh, please, just bring it down just a little bit, right? Because they're so excited that they're sharing something about their day with me. And so I have to be equally as excited, but at the same time, if they're all coming at me, and they will, then it's okay for you to say, oh, I can't hear everybody all at once. So let's all take a turn now. So I'm going to start with Colette, and then I'm going to go to Gail. And then but you have to follow through, and you make sure that every child that you said is going to have a turn gets to have a voice. Some will take over, and then you have to rein them in again and say, okay, you know what? Now it's somebody else's turn.
Well said. Well said. And there's one more comment. Now, part of it has been said before, so I'm just going to sort of identify the key part that hasn't. During indoors and outdoors, and during seat work. And you're absolutely right around the seat work, particularly when we're working with preschoolers or school-age children. That's an excellent time for communication. Thank you so much, Naomi, on that one.
That's great.
So I'm looking at the educator, and Colette, you're going to keep an eye on the chat now, right?
Yes.
Thank you. The environment as the educator. The environment plays a key role in the quality of children's exploration, play, and most importantly, language. A rich environment is going to encourage rich dialoguing, rich language development. Indoor, outdoor spaces, as Naomi mentioned earlier, materials and furnishings, including how they are positioned, and that's really important. Are you laying them out so that a few children or many children can enter into that area to play? Have you laid it out so it looks aesthetically pleasing, so children are interested and wanting to be engaged in it because it's pulling them in? Are you making accommodations to ensure equitable learning opportunities and participation of all children? So I'm talking all children. Doesn't matter if they're really capable and have strong language skills or if they're just developing them. I'm talking about those children with varying abilities. So some children might have learning disabilities or physical disabilities. Are you bringing them in and including them? All children must be. And we know because somebody has a learning disability or have been identified as having one or has a physical disability, that does not mean they don't have the cognitive capability to be able to enter into discussions or talks or have that development of language. So language is important and we need it. With our toddlers, we spend a lot of time using symbols. So we use sign language with them. More, you want more? And then the educator will get it. And then children will sometimes go, and and we know what they mean. Before you know it, they're saying more, please, and then they drop the sign language. But it also then supports those children who are using sign language to be included into it. So you want to make sure your language is really rich and it is inclusive. Regardless of the children's abilities, the educator's attitudes are critical in fostering children's language and development, and engagement. If you don't have the enthusiasm, if you don't have that sincere interest in engaging the children, they're not going to be engaging. Come on over, sit down, we're going to talk now. What are we going to do? We're going to color paper. There's no enthusiasm. But if you say, oh my goodness, wait till you see what I have on the table. Don't look. You saw, we're going to be doing this. You've pulled them in. They want to be with you. They want to talk to you. So your expression and your tone, as Colette has been saying, and your affect in general needs to be in tune with what you're saying. And it has to be inviting. It has to be welcoming. That face that says, welcome, please come into my space. I'm happy. You're showing joy. I'm happy to be here with you. You know, I tell my students that are in training, if you can't smile easily at a family member or a child, then this is not your field. Go be an accountant. Go be an embalmer. But do not work with children and families. And I mean it sincerely, because we need to, we're role models for future generations. So we want to ensure that we're being social and we're using those soft skills, those social skills, and we are treating our children equitably. When educators believe that all children have the right to participate, when they use inclusive approaches, they are more likely to find ways to reduce barriers, understand how each child learns, create environments, and encourage language. Our job as educators, you are professionals. You are professionals. Meaning you need to learn to read the children. Observation. What do those observations mean? I notice Gail's not saying anything, but I notice she's pointing. So it means that there must be receptive, but there's no expressive. How can I support Gail in saying, doing more expressive language, maybe doing more riddles, maybe doing more songs, maybe pointing to various words. If you have at or cat, you can point to it. So trying to simplify it. Environments that support language, and we've already identified the slide that Colette left me and I had to do it for her. No, it talked about all the areas of development that language can support. And so looking at the environment, how does it support language? We'll establish play areas, dramatic play. I'm not going to read them all. You can read those, but the wide range. And there's other centers that you may have. Also, all of these centers could be even established indoors or outdoors, or some outdoors and some indoors. But we need to always remember we need to use tables and chairs that are child-sized. Something for you to sit on. You don't need to sit on those small ones, but you should be low enough or be comfortable sitting on the floor or kneeling to be able to make that face-to-face. When adults walk around toddlers, it's like being in the land of the giants. Children have to do this all the time. That's not a welcoming, accessible individual. That feels like you have all the power and you're up there and you're going to control me. So we want to be able to get down onto the level of the child and communicate. Materials, props, and pictures. Have them visually aligned with what they can see, but also ensure they're appropriate for children that age. The equipment, make sure it's appropriate, it's child-sized. So
I think too,
go ahead.
Sorry, Gail. I think with the equipment piece as well, it's so important that the materials are safe for the age group that you're with. We've been in programs here, and and overseas in other areas and in Jamaica. And we've noticed that a lot of the material, it's great that families are bringing items into us, but just because they bring them in doesn't mean that we use them. You have to look to make sure that they're safe and they're age and developmentally appropriate for the group that you're with.
Well said. Well said. So looking at cognition, we also want to remember observe. So earlier I mentioned observation. Observation will continue now with each one I talk about, as will broadcast and engage. So by broadcasting, I know you all know this already, but I'm just going to recap it. Broadcasting would be, I know, Colette, I see that you're now looking at the chat and you're going to share that. I see you reading the chat. Colette is reading the chat.
If I could, I would. I sent a message to Miss Thomas saying I don't have access to the chat.
That's okay. I can read the chat in a minute. But that was an example of broadcasting. So just really describing what the child is doing. Gail, I see you're playing with the red ball. Look at that, the red ball. That's all you're saying. What that child's going to get from that statement is, this is a red ball. I'm playing with the red ball, or red ball, or ball, right? They may not have the language, but that language is going to develop because they're saying it and they're hearing you say it. We're going to eat lunch now. Oh, Gail's already sitting at the table, right? We're having broccoli. We're having chicken. Chicken's good. Gail's eating her chicken, right? So it's, we want to broadcast what they're doing. Then once we've broadcast, then it's good to engage. Wow, Gail, you're eating the chicken. Is it yummy? Does mommy make chicken? Who else is eating? Yes, Colette, you are eating it. So we want to be able to broadcast, we want to repeat, and we want to try to engage them. And try not to always engage them in yes or no questions. It may feel like it's easier, and it is easier for you maybe, but for the child, and it's easier for the child, but what we're not doing is helping the child to elaborate or start to practice using some of the words. Now, if the child says, they call, let's say, chicken icken, try to refrain from saying chicken. No, chicken, say chicken, say chicken. Because that you're going to get that child so stressed that that child can no longer find the word, nor can they hear you properly and have the brain process it, because the cortisol levels in that child's brain is so high. They can't think now. Not only that, it can mess up their tummy. They're going to have maybe tense in the stomach, and they're not going to be able to finish their meal. They may start to cry. They may get angry. They may get frustrated. Instead, say, after Gail says, chicken, then you can say, oh, Gail, yes, it is yummy chicken. Who else likes chicken? So we're modeling it. We're repeating it, but we're not making Gail feel embarrassed or frustrated because she can't get that word out yet. So it's really important, by your observation, ongoing observations of your children, you're going to know this. You're going to recognize it. Remember, these children have only been in existence for maybe 2 years, 2.5 years. They're not going to have the language capability. I still grapple with some of the names when I get names, particularly like one that's spelled XINZHEO. I look at the name and I'm trying, but I'm learning that would be Xing Shao. So in our program, we have a lot of Asian or a lot of individuals that are from Sri Lanka, Nigeria, Jamaica. And so that's why I even say, before I said names, I said, forgive me if I mispronounce it, because I know that there's different ways of pronouncing the very same name. And so it's important to give space for our toddlers. They're just learning. So educators, when adults are partners in play, so that means you get down on the floor. And I know those uniforms you wear are not the most comfortable, but find that way that you can sit on the floor. I know it's impossible to cross your legs in those dresses because I've been there, and they joke with me. The educators will often look at me and say something about, really, I know. And that's okay, but you can still sit on a lower chair, right? And play and engage. So when adults are partners in play, toddlers elaborate their play themes, representation while developing language. Indicators of this and strategies: acting out simple themes in pretend play, cooking, caring for babies. So if you see a child playing with rocking a baby, you can say, oh, Gail, I see you're putting the baby to sleep. You're rocking the baby. What are you going to feed the baby? Right? To see if Gail understands. Gail doesn't, don't worry. But Gail's likely to reach over and get a bottle and say the bottle or eat. But you'll get some notion that Gail's understanding. Use objects to stand for other things. Solving problems in action by trial and error. Maintaining attention for increasing periods of times. So when we see these things, we know cognition is happening. And the outcomes of children's language that contributes to the development of cognition, symbolic thought, representation, and root skills of literacy. And we hear that in pretend play when children will start to use language, problem solving, and what we really want to see happening as well is self-regulation. In the social, again, observing, broadcasting, engaging. Educators play and conversation and conversate. Engage in play and conversation. This provides context for toddlers. Social play, where interest in others is expressed by being close. And we know they like to do parallel play, right? Your toddlers always like to sit together near the bin together. They're not talking, but they want to be in close proximity. This is a good indicator. We see this. And encourage it. Hear information that helps them understand the point of view of others. They can share, right? Colette doesn't want to play with you right now, Gail, but I'm sure Colette will later. Colette's playing with the ball right now. So you and I, we can do this. Use the language, give someone else's perspective. Colette's sad right now. She's crying. So Colette's happy. She's jumping up and down and dancing. That's wonderful, because they're starting to understand that some children will feel other than they feel. Observe and share the joy. Singing this will motivate involvement from all. And I have to go back to that, show joy. I think, I worked on the floor with children. I've been a supervisor. Colette's worked on the floor. She's a supervisor manager. So Colette also teaches in our department. I'm a full-time professor. I've always, all my life, felt so fantastic and fortunate that I get to work with children and learning students. It's such a privilege and honor, because you're helping others to develop and grow. But not only that, it brings me such joy. I've never, ever had a day in my life that I felt, oh, I have to go see those children, or I have to go work with those adults. In my summertime, I go to childcare centers and I do volunteer work to be around children on my summertime. You need to have joy for what you do, which means show the children the joy. When we show others joy, they know they're respected, they're wanted, they are loved, they're cared for, they're important, and that they are seen as contributing individuals. So what are the indicators or strategies? Observing and imitating peers, singing games, bringing them into play episodes or routines. This is the way we wash our hands. Language. We're washing our hands at the sink. We can sing it while we're doing it. Creating play space where they can do that parallel. So the outcomes of this: they learn to share, they increase their vocabulary, and they talk more. Onlookers to parallel play now. So they move from what they did when they were infants to parallel, and some of them will even be starting to do associative play, meaning they're starting to engage with other children in a simplified cooperative format. Learning to scaffold. They're learning, and we're scaffolding it. Emotional aspect. Educators be emotionally available and maintain connection with them. As they move around, you move around. Sharing in toddlers' emotional experience and it reinforces and elaborates on the child's emotion and motivation. Gail, I see you're really excited to paint at the easel. Good for you. What colors are you going to use? Here's your apron. Whatever. Show joy and appreciation and validate them. Or, wow, what big, bold strokes of paint you made on the paper. You made big, strong stripes on the paper. Not, oh, pretty picture, oh, lovely, oh, nice, but tell them something about what they have done. Wow, what a bold strip on the paper. You must have used your whole arm to do it. Can you show me how you made that, Gail?
Gail, I'm going to interrupt you. We have a minute and a half left.
Okay, thank you. So expressing aggressive feelings and behaviors, it helps them to modify those. Beginning to show self-consciousness. We want them to feel pride, and we do that by including them in that. Expressing feelings in language and pretend play. We want to acknowledge these efforts on their part. And the outcome is they're able to express their feelings. Physical, that one's pretty straightforward. Again, take advantage of the toddler's enjoyment by you showing joy and using all senses. Encourage them to use all their motor skills, creating a sense of independence. And we mentioned that earlier, and that sense of pride. They get so excited, they clap for themselves. Gross motor, fine motor. And the last one is language. So when educators pair language with children's actions, it provides a rich context for the toddler, use understanding the spoken language, and also acknowledge the toddler's interest in interactions, as I've been saying. So I'm just repeating some of the things now. So what that happens is it builds on their receptive language and expressive language. And reflection and sharing. In the chat, can you take a moment to write down the title or song of your favorite book or song to sing with the children in your center? And while you're doing that, our last slide is, at the end of the day, ensure you have engaged in authentic, meaningful, reciprocal conversations with children. That means you've made eye contact, you've touched their shoulder, you smiled at them and said something meaningful and intentional. These are some of our favorite titles, and we thank you. So we're just going to check the chat and see if we have anything, and then oh boy, we've got lots. Okay. Let's see what we have. I can do a couple of them. Very informative, very informative. Really enjoy the session, ladies. Thank you. Good information, enjoying it. It's so real, easily to understood, emphasizing my ability. This presentation is informative and engaging. We'd like it to be more engaging if we were there. Next time we'll be there. Teaching should be a passion. I agree. I think that's Tia. Teaching should be a passion. Once the educator is passionate, then the students will be in a loving and caring environment where patience, love, and care has been exhibited, and fun sharing a story. Thank you to all of you from Colette and I.
Yes. Thank you very much,
thank
everybody.
you to Caron for being our moderator.
Thank you, Professor Hunter. Thank you so much. Thank you, our participants, for engaging, for participating in the discussions, just making it a worthwhile session. I really enjoyed it, Miss Keane. We love the discussion, and as you can see from the feedback, it was really great, right? Just want to expound on some of the things you said. I'm hoping that our practitioners were really connecting, Lord. We're really connecting with building positive, um, responsive relationships with our infants and our toddlers in the classroom, just following the tips to follow the lead of the child, having that face-to-face interaction, giving the child a voice, doing active listening, practicing that, being aware of your affect, your tone, your facial expressions, your body language, just consciously being aware of the time and slowing down just to process everything and their responses, observe, wait, and listen. These are very good tips. And we just want to ensure that we employ them and apply them in the classroom, just to ensure that we have an inclusive classroom and environment for our toddlers and infants. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to our participants. Just give us your feedback, share your comments. Also visit our website and, fill out the evaluation forms. All right, stay tuned for our next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Take care.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being a part of the ECC's third Professional Development Institute. Welcome to this session, Early Literacy for Infants and Toddlers. The presenter today is Dr. Zoya Kincaid Clark. It is my esteemed pleasure to share with you that Dr. Clark is a senior lecturer and researcher in early childhood education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. She also serves as the manager of the Dudley Grant Early Childhood Resource Center. Dr. Clark is engaged in a number of research initiatives in areas germane to early childhood development. Some of these initiatives include early childhood teacher education, parenting in the early years, and exploring how student transitions from the pre-primary to primary school, which can be more readily supported, especially for children from low-resource communities and homes. Her current research is aimed at understanding how young children are shaped by their ecological experiences within the home and wider community, with a view to exploring how educators can build on these to support experiential learning in the early years classrooms. Now, this session will show how research has successfully transitioned to school or between age cohort and school environments that can help a child to like school and look forward to going regularly. Inclusion and transition within the context of contemporary reforms in the education system will lay the foundation and equip children to succeed academically and socially. I now hand over to Dr. Clark. Just please remember to share your questions and comments in the chat. We want it to be very interactive as much as possible. So also ensure that you give us your feedback, right, by filling out the evaluation forms. Dr. Clark, I hand over to you.
All right, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I'm able to see your screen. Can you go to slideshow so that we can have it a little bigger for the viewers?
It is on slideshow. You're not seeing that?
No, I'm just seeing the outlay of the slides.
Okay, all right. I'm going to stop sharing and start again.
Okay.
Are you able to see my screen now?
Still able to see, but not in that form.
That's very strange.
Just
still seeing it as not in slideshow.
You're in slideshow, but are you seeing that icon right at the top that says slideshow?
I can't see anything. I'm seeing my screen in presentation view.
Okay,
so that's how I'm
well, go to the actual document and click slideshow.
All right, so I'm going to stop again. All right. All right, what are you seeing now? The same thing?
Awesome, it's bigger now. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. All right. Good afternoon, members of the audience, those who are watching. I do thank you for joining this presentation, and I'm looking forward to getting questions from you. I really am looking forward to it. I thank you for joining this presentation, and I hope that it will be of benefit to you. A big part of my research as well, is looking at home and family literacy practices and looking at what really happens for those little ones, those in the infants and toddler stage who may not have the skills or may not necessarily be ready for conventional literacy, but they are ready for literacy. All right. All right, so just to go over the presentation and what it's going to be about. So we're going to be looking at an overview of literacy. And a big part of this is going to be language development in the early years. And this is because a major part of literacy for infants and toddlers is about language development. We're going to talk about factors that support and deter language development. This is something that happens, what kinds of practices occur within the home and the school setting and the childcare facilities that can support children's development of literacy, and what can stifle them or hinder them from developing those literacy skills. We're going to look at the role of the caregiver in language development, and we're going to explore the link, because I can't forget this, the link between those high quality interactions and literacy development. We're also going to look at strategies to support literacy development at home, nurseries, and schools. For those little ones who are within a school setting, those 3-year-olds who are still classified as toddlers, in the school setting, what kinds of practices can occur there, but most of them will be at home and in nurseries. All right, so I'll start by saying that language development occurs under stimulation. So children need to be stimulated in order for them to develop the critical language skills that we want them to develop. And early literacy, including language development, will only occur in spaces that support the literacy development. This is crucial. So when we think about it, you need to have a space, a child needs to be in a space where the caregiver is being intentional in teaching the children or teaching that child language and literacy, language or literacy in its wider form. So I want to share with you some facts. And this is important because as we go through the presentation, we're going to begin to look and we're going to get a sense of how language ties with literacy, but why it is really important for us to start all of this in infancy and toddlerhood. So cognitive development or brain development is inextricably linked to language development. In fact, if you look at some studies or literature, they actually say that cognitive development and language development go hand in hand. As a child develops language, the brain actually develops in the ways that we would want them, in those desirable ways. And that is because if you look at a brain while language is being learned, you can see that the brain is literally growing in front of your eyes. It's literally developing those connections, making those connections that we want. So literacy development will only occur in literacy-rich environments. Now, literacy, I don't just mean reading and writing. There are a range of literacy that we can talk about, literacies we can talk about. Literacies can be music, literacies can be physical print, such as an image of on a juice box. It can be an image on a sign outside the house. It can be the stop sign. It can be, so whatever children see within their environment, that is literacy, and they will develop and they will know how to read that. And so this is important because if you want a child to learn to read conventionally, you have to have that present in the child's mind and present in his sight. And so that's really important. So if you want a child to develop a love of reading books, you have to have that in front of him. If you want a child to be literate and rich in music, you're going to expose and support the child's development of music. But literacy will only develop, it can't develop in isolation. It must develop in a context where the environment is ripe and ready and supports that. But we can talk about language. Now, language is such an important thing because, as I said, language is actually tied to brain development. And language development occurs, it peaks at 24 to 30 months. So when a child is between 2 to 2.5, language actually peaks. A child can learn as much as 50 to 70 to 100 words a day. A child can learn as few as 5 words, 1 word per day. But at this point in time, between 24 months, which is 2 years to 2.5 years, a child can learn upwards of 50 words to 100 words per day. You can well imagine then that the number of words that the child is hearing will have an impact on the number of words the child will learn. And these words are the words that the child is going to, not only when he learns it, he's going to use it, and therefore use it in multiple ways and understand it. And that's really what we want in literacy, the comprehension, the ability to use and the ability to comprehend what it means. And this happens when children reach that stage, but it happens, it explodes at 24 to 30 months if the conditions are ready. So just as how you fertilize, if you want, I love sweet sop. Sweet sop is my favorite food. And I have a sweet sop tree that I have planted. I haven't gotten any sweet sops from it as yet, but I ensure that because I know I want sweet sops in the next sweet sop season, I am nurturing this tree. I am giving it water. I'm putting the fertilizer on it as much as it needs so that it can grow the sweet sops that I want. And it's the same thing with language development. If you want to nurture, if you want to see a child or you want to see children have those skills and produce the language and the words that you would want them to, you have to fertilize, you have to nurture that child in order to provide him with the tools and the skills to be able to do so. So literacy stimulation is very important and it's very powerful. Its effects are long lasting because they last well into adult years. But you need to ensure that you provide children with the tools that they can do this. And it affects all areas of their lives. So what they learn in one particular area, they will transfer that to other areas. So what they learn in the home, they will transfer that to the school setting or to the care setting, the nursery setting when they go out. What they learn in the nursery setting, they will take home to the school. They will take home. And this is why we wonder, how is it that this child learned this particular thing? Because stimulation is important. What is fertilized, what is supported in development, in whichever context, they will transfer that to another context. And it's always important that you ensure as much as possible, you try to give the maximum benefit and you try to ensure that whatever is learning is going to be positive for children's development. So this is also important. Now, when we talk about language development, it's really important for us to recognize that there are factors that can inhibit children's ability to learn language in ways that we would want. Now, we always talk about in literacy and language development that we have a crisis. So just because a child can talk doesn't mean a child has the right vocabulary and doesn't mean that the child's vocabulary is satisfactory. You have to ensure in the same way where you move from you take your baby steps, children need to be deliberately fed words. And it's always important that we make deliberate and intentional action to ensure this happens. But we have a crisis at the infant and toddler stage. And we're seeing this present by the time children are about age 4. We have something in education or in child development that we call the 30 million word crisis. So it's a gap that exists. And what this means is that we have children who, because of circumstances in their home, in their communities, in their dominant place of care, that language development and literacy is not being supported. And so children's development is not being maximized. So what does this mean? We have 30 million words that children are not hearing. Now, we're not saying they're going to hear 30 million less words, but what it means is children are hearing 30 million words less than their counterparts who are in more stimulating environments. A more stimulating environment is going to be an environment that supports the language, that supports the literacy, that is caring, where the adult will ensure that he or she is interacting with the baby, with the toddler on an ongoing basis. The adult is using every opportunity to share literacy with the child. But we have cases now, if you speak to a child, there are different ways you can speak to children. So if I say to a child, put it down over there, that's one way of giving instructions. But I can say it another way. I can say, carry on, can you put the pencil on the table, please? So put it down over there and carry on. Can you please put the pencil on the table? Now, that's the same instruction, but it's said two different ways. And what it means is the child who hears the instruction, go and put it on over there, versus carry on, go and put the pencil down on the table. The child who hears carry on, go and put the pencil down on the table is actually going to develop a wider vocabulary at a quicker pace. And that child is also hearing more words than the child who is going to hear, go and put it down over there. Because it does not signify what exactly I'm talking about. So the child will see this and not even recognize that this, it, is a pencil. So it's always important that we are deliberate in using words as children need to hear, but also that we're deliberate in ensuring that we use language in sentences, we're deliberate in how we use it, and we're not just using language to give instructions, we're using language to have conversations. But because many children don't have access to this, we have a crisis. And this crisis is called the 30 million word gap. And so when there is a gap in language and literacy, children suffer. They suffer in terms of their creativity. That's a big one. Children will suffer in terms of their social skills. That's another one. They'll suffer in terms of their critical thinking skills. Because remember, language is tied to brain development, and critical thinking skills is a brain skill. But what about expressive and receptive language? Expressive language is how I talk, how I express myself. And receptive language is what I receive when you talk to me. So when we have a conversation, we are using expressive and receptive language. So when I am talking, I'm expressing myself. And when I'm listening to you, I am receiving, or I'm engaging in receptive learning. And so when children don't have the opportunity to be a part of a literacy rich, and more specifically a language rich context, they will fall short on expressive and receptive language skills. Now, this is important because today I was in a presentation, I moderated a session, and this session we actually spoke about children with exceptionalities. And it's interesting because we have children who present with special needs or special educational needs, not because they were born with a developmental disability, but because the circumstances in the home are not stimulating enough, and therefore the child develops tendencies. So if language is not being used, of course you're going to have a child, and if language is not going to be used in a way that will help the child to develop those language and literacy skills, of course the child is going to therefore then present with having a language disability. So it's always really important for us to think about these things, think about what we're doing to empower children in terms of their development, and what we're doing to hinder them in terms of their development. Many times we are the ones who create a context and we put them on a track for advancement or for delay. So language also, and literacy more specifically, early literacy, engagement, and ability. So when children do not have access to those rich literacy skills, those rich language and the rich vocabulary, they will have delayed early literacy, engagement, and ability. Now remember this, there are two kinds of risk that children can are presented with. There is a genetic risk, meaning what they're born with, and there is a risk that occurs because of their social circumstances. So if a child is not in a context that is going to support their development, that child is at risk for a multitude of things. And also that 30 million word gap, the early academic skills such as school readiness, the concepts of shapes and colors, numbers, all of those things will be affected. So when we think about it, we're like, oh, but him talk too much. You talk so much. Shut up, no man. Give me a chance. I have a headache. I can't hear you. The more you talk to children, the more you support children in their literacy, they reap the returns and the interest that is paid. You may not even be aware of it. Just taking the time to have a conversation with a little one, just taking the time to read a story to a little one, The interest that they earn, the return on that little conversation that you won't even remember in 15 minutes is so great. It's immeasurable. So let's take a look at this now. Oops. Apologies. So why do we support children with literacy in infancy and toddlerhood? We're wondering, hold on, but this sounds like we're going way ahead of children's development. No, no. Remember that children develop in circumstances of rich stimulation. Children need to be supported in their development. It doesn't just happen in an ad hoc, or it doesn't just happen, for want of a better term, out of the blue. They have to be supported. Most children need that. Now, of course, you're going to have the resilient child who, I always say resilient children, they don't really need us, you know. They will learn from a cardboard box is a term that I always use. Though you have those resilient children who you're not even aware of how they started, you know, learning language and how they got those words. But you have the majority of the vast majority of children, they need to be supported in literacy, and it needs to start from early. Because infancy and toddlerhood falls in a period of what we call the first 1,000 days of life. And this first 1,000 days of life is really the start from conception to the child's second birthday. So if you add up from conception, the 9 months of the gestation pregnancy and the first 2 years of life, that pretty much adds up to 1,000 days. And the first 1,000 days is such an important period because we call it a period of optimal development. And that period is where the brain is ripe and ready for all of these things. And we're not going to have this opportunity ever again. There is a little window, a very, very short window when a child is a teenager at around 15 or 16. However, the longest window of opportunity for this development occurs when a child is in infancy and toddlerhood. And for the vast majority of children, this therefore means it's not going to be the responsibility of the teacher, because many children are not in school at age 2. They will go to school at age 3. So what it means is the caregivers, the mothers, the fathers, the older siblings, they need to play an important role. And that's why family literacy is so important. So why are we focusing on this? Children are empowered. When children are empowered, communities are empowered, families are empowered. Why do we support literacy and literacy development in infancy and toddlerhood? It provides children with the tools to communicate and share their feelings. Now remember this, a lot of children cry often because it's a way of communicating. If you don't respond to a child's cry, the child will stop crying. That's just it. So when a child cries, it's because that is how he or she communicates. But you will find that a child will cry lesser and lesser, or there'll be fewer instances of this crying when the child develops the ability to communicate. So when a child is able to say, Daddy, I'm hungry, or Mommy, I want to go outside and play, or Mommy, a mosquito has bitten me on my leg, because the child has the ability to speak and communicate that, the child no longer needs to cry. However, when that is not the case, and children don't have those words, they will have to lean on that crying. So it's really important. Providing them with literacy, language included, provides them an opportunity to communicate and share their feelings. I'm hungry, I'm tired, I want to go to sleep. So rather than crying when they're cranky and sleepy, they will say, I want to sleep. Why do we focus on literacy development in infancy and toddlerhood? It gives them a future, it gives them a head start for future academic learning and success. Now, that's not the only reason we're focusing on this. It's not just about academic learning and success, but it's an important part, because a big part of that is socio-emotional well-being, creativity. And it also, as I said previously, it supports brain development, that cognitive development that we want to see. We want to see children's brains just advancing and growing and making those wonderful connections. That's what we want to see. And so that's what we need to promote. So I always use this image. I think I've used this image in about every presentation that I've done, but I think this pretty much sums up why we focus on literacy. Now, in this image that you're seeing on your screen, there are two brains, and both brains belong to 3-year-olds. Now, this study occurred about 7 years ago, and it pretty much looked at the shocking, in one of the journals, it talked about the shocking differences in the brain of children of neglect, and a child from neglectful circumstances and a child from normal stimulating circumstances. And it shows really and truly the differences in the brain. Now remember what I said, language and literacy is really tied to brain development. But if you look at the brain on what is my right, which is the brain of extreme neglect, you will see distinct differences compared to the brain on the left, which is the brain of a child that has been stimulated. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever had the opportunity to see a person's brain, the MRI or an image of a person's brain who has had a stroke. Well, what was shocking to me, or what stood out to me when I first saw this image, was the image of the child whose brain has been neglected. And that means the child has not been stimulated in terms of language and communication and all of those wonderful things. When you look at the brain of the child that is labeled extreme neglect, it pretty much looks like the brain of an adult who has had a stroke. And this is what I find to be very interesting. So poor stimulation in terms of language and communication and literacy and support and love, that pretty much affects the brain in the same way as a terrible medical condition such as a stroke. So this speaks about the importance of supporting children's development and supporting their language and literacy development as well. So I think, when persons see this image, it really brings to mind why we do all of this, why we're so interested, why we're appealing, and we need more support for early childhood, because we are trying to prevent the brain. Now, this is a 3-year-old's brain. So you have a 3-year-old that has the brain of an adult who has had a stroke. That speaks volumes to me, and I hope it does to you as well. So let's talk a little bit about literacy and how literacy develops. Now, you will hear me talking a lot about language, and because language is really and truly the first phase of oral language, is really going to be the start of literacy development. Literacy develops in phases. Now, literacy includes listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Reading and writing is predominantly done for older children, predominantly. So it's going to be done for children, meaning conventional reading and writing is going to be done for children when they're in the school years or in the preschool years, meaning basic school going on to primary school. However, in the home context, the main forms of literacy that we use will be listening and speaking. That sets the foundation for reading, but reading not in terms of words reading, but reading in terms of their ability to read images, and reading not for them to be able to identify words. Some children might. So I'm not saying that children are going to know how to blend. I'm not expecting 2-year-olds to start blending and know that there's letter sounds and all of those things. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm speaking about reading along the lines of an adult or a caregiver reading for that child, not the child being expected to read for him or herself, read conventionally. Okay, so when we talk about listening, so when a baby is born, or even before a baby is born, a baby hears language. He hears words. He or she hears words. So the mother is in a space and she talks to the baby. The grandma comes around and the grandma says, "Oh, carry on, look at you. You look just like your grandmother. You look just like your grandfather." That's listening. Or the mother says, "Oh, let me shake up the bottle. This bottle is This bottle is warm, Carrion. I need to cool it down for you. So Carrion is hearing so many words. Now, Karen, to the adult, they may not think that this is having an impact, but the more Carrion's mother talks about and talks to her, and you know, her mother is thinking and having these wonderful conversations with Carrion, who is just a little baby who has no clue what's happening, really and truly, all of that language is having some impact on the brain. Because one day out of the blue, Carrion's mother gives her a bottle and Carrion says, hot. And Carrion's mommy says, what? Yeah. Carrion has learned over time that when the bottle feels a particular way, mommy calls this feel hot. So I think that what this feels like is hot. So Carrion has learned from her mother, who has been speaking to her over time, and she has been listening to all of this, that this is what hot feels like. So Carrion knows. Or if Carrion walks on the road with her mommy carries her up or walks up and down on the street, on the road where they live, and there is a dog, and every time the dog barks, the mommy says, dog, don't come over here, you know. Carrion learns after a while that that animal that makes that barking sound is a dog. So one day when Carrion is walking on the road with mommy again, and she sees the dog, Carrion is going to say, dog. But what happened if Carrion's mommy didn't say anything? Carrion will have nothing to respond. She will have nothing to share. And so that is why language is so important. So you start from early. Have the strangest, most wonderful conversations with a baby. Make it sound as though you are, you may need some assistance. You are really going to be talking, because the more you talk is the more the baby listens. And that is the start of literacy development. Literacy begins with listening. That's where it starts. Now, once Carrion has listened to all of these words, she's going to start speaking these words. So Carrion, all of a sudden, her mommy realizes, but Carrion looks like she loves dogs, man. Every time Carrion sees a dog, she says dog. So one day Carrion's mommy goes in a bookstore, or she goes to the library, and she sees a book about dogs. So you know what Carrion's mommy decides to do? I'm going to borrow this book and carry it home and read it for Carrion, because Carrion loves dogs. Carrion's mommy starts to read for Carrion. She opens the book. When she opens the book, Carrion says her favorite animal, it's a dog. But not only does she see a dog, she also sees a cow. So Carrion's mommy exposes her, and Carrion's mommy says, Carrion, this is a cow. It's not a dog. And the cow goes moo. So Carrion learns, oh, this is a dog, and this is a cow. This is a goat, and this is a sheep. So then reading starts to come along. Carrion's mommy puts down the book. One day Carrion takes up the book by herself, and she starts to read it. She's looking at the images in the book, and she starts to read the images of the animals. She starts to say, oh, cow, moo, dog, woof woof, cat, meow, because Carrion has started reading. It's not reading conventionally as you'd want for CSEC and to do a, do a test, but it's reading in terms of being able to make those associations with images. And language begins to associate with the images on the text, on the page. And that's when this reading starts. But this reading is so important because it's showing the connection between the listening, the speaking, and the reading. Now, later on, when Carrion moves on, we're not talking about this now, but when Carrion moves on to school, Carrion begins to recognize and say, hey, hold on, I remember I saw this under the word, I saw this word under the cow. And then Carrion can say, oh, this must be the word cow. And she starts to make the shapes C-O-W. She may not know what the letters are, or she may, and then she can write the word cow. And that's where she starts writing. But Carrion can't read what she didn't hear. And she can't read what was not spoken. And these are the interconnections among the varying ranges and elements of literacy. Now, I'm going to spend a little bit of time, well, not a very small bit of time, focusing on the stages of language development. Now, I mentioned to you, so when Karen is hearing, listening to language, she is hearing language at the 0 to 6 month stage. So when her mom is changing her diaper, when she's in the bath, when her mom is feeding her, when she's drinking milk, she's in the pre-speech stage. But that's when a lot of listening is happening. And that listening is getting her ready for that babbling stage, which is to come. Babbling occurs at 6 to 8 months, and that's when the baby just starts babbling all these wonderful things. And babbling is so important because it helps the child to develop the organs that are needed to make conventional speech. Needs to be exercised. It needs to be warmed up. So you're not just going to start talking out of the blue. You really need to start that babbling in order to get the organs ready to form sounds that are used in the language that you speak. So we have a lot of strange sounds in English. And if you do French, there are a lot of strange sounds in French, Mandarin, whichever language. And so your organs have to get used to making those sounds to be prepared. And once you practice that over time, but you are not going to, so you're still not necessarily speaking conventionally, but it doesn't mean that your caregiver, your dominant caregiver, will not be able to have conversations with you and will not be able to give you that language that you need. And then by about 9 to 18 months, by 9 months or so, those very wonderful developed children will start to use those one words. But really it happens at about a year, in that period, about a year, they start to use the one word term. So they'll start to look at, the spoon that you use to feed them the porridge. They start to say, spoon, spoon. And then, oh, that's spoon. And they say, porridge. That's for porridge. Now, as an adult, you need to ensure that you're not mimicking that baby talk, quote unquote, but you are actually ensuring that you are providing the correct pronunciation. So when the baby says spoon, you're saying, oh, this is your spoon. Oh, you like your spoon. Your spoon is blue, or your spoon is red. This is your spoon, or your spoon is a heavy spoon, or your spoon is soft. Whichever way, whatever it is, or your spoon is smooth, or it's rough, whatever you want to say, but you're ensuring that you are giving the child the correct pronunciation. So we call that the holophrastic fit stage. And then by around 18 months or so, the child then starts to combine words. So by 18 months to 2 years or so, you'll start to hear the child start to combine two words. So instead of saying just spoon, the child starts to say my spoon. It is now making the connections. The child, apologies, the child is now making the connections. The child has now made the endeavor to put two words together to create the first sentences. And this is important. And so by the time the child reaches 36 months or so, they'll be using those 3-word sentences, and some will be more advanced. Some will be using 5-word sentences, 4-word sentences. Look at the ball, my big ball, I like that. That's my own. You'll start to use that by the time they reach 3 years or so. Let's just quickly go this. So by about the first 6 months, this is pretty much related to what was done. There's a lot of babbling, cooing. By 10 to 13 months, you're starting to hear words such as dada first, because that's easier to say for babies. Dada, mama, papa, in different languages. So mommy will come a little later, but dada will come first, just because it's easier to pronounce. By about a year to a year and a half, the language is really starting now to develop. Moves from 3 to 50 words. And most of these words are going to be objects that are used for the child. So, toothbrush, tooth. My little one, he calls his toothbrush teeth. Teeth, that's what he calls his toothbrush. The because it's used for him to brush his teeth. Or they'll start to make associations, so they'll know association in terms of names of persons in their environment. Mommy, daddy, carry on, Donald, whatever it is, because of that. And the primary caregiver or caregivers will be more likely to understand what the child is saying. To somebody else on the outside, that may not necessarily be so, but to the dominant caregiver, you will be able to have a better idea of what the child is endeavoring to communicate. And then by about 18 to 24 months, moving on to 36 months, as I said, that 24-month period is where language starts to develop incredibly. There's an exponential in development in terms of language. So that's where they're moving upwards 20, 50, 100 words in many cases. The more words children will learn is the more words that they actually hear in their environment. So you can well imagine at this point, literacy, you may not even be aware. Just providing the child with experiences, taking the child to the zoo, taking the child to the market, but not just walking with the child and, but taking the child and actually pointing out items in the market. And the child learns about money. The child learns about fruits. The child learns about walk fast. The child learns about walk slowly. The child learns about stop. The child develops, because the language that is used in the context that you're in provides a vocabulary. So the more experiences the child has, or you provide a child with, is the more vocabulary associated with those experiences that the child will learn. And so that is an example. So literacy in that case does not necessarily have to mean, oh, I don't have any money to buy any book at Kingston Bookshop. I don't have any money to buy this off the internet. No, it can simply just be providing your child with experiences and using the vocabulary that is aligned with those experiences, and ensuring that the child learns those and learns the vocabulary that is associated with the experiences. And then we have verbal and nonverbal language. That is another thing that happens. I want to quickly go on. Language development, this is so important. Taking advantage and recognizing the importance of those nonverbal and verbal communication. I'll quickly move on from this. Now, it's always important when we talk about literacy development that we take the time to speak. And because language develops, language explodes in that 24 to 36 months, it means that as adults, we need to feed children's hunger for new vocabulary. And as I said, providing the experiences for children, modeling for children. Children will learn language that they hear in their context. And that is why if you come from a home where music is always being played, that child will develop musical literacy very quickly. If you come from a home where the parent is always reading, that child will develop an understanding and an appreciation for reading as well. And you will see that being modeled by the child. But there are some factors that will influence and impact on language development. There are genetic factors, as I spoke about, physical factors, social context, class, the family size, multiple births. Children who are a multiple birth, they tend to be a little slower in terms of their literacy and language development. But that is something that can be addressed. And it's just because, they're smaller, it takes a little bit more time. They tend to be born earlier. And so those things, so, they start off on a little slower, but it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong, but it can have an impact if support isn't provided. Sex. Girls tend to show an inclination to speak more quickly than boys. Quality of the stimulation. If I'm in a context where my parent is not stimulating me, I may not necessarily develop those skills. If I'm in a context where my parent has made a deliberate effort to reach me and support me with my literacy, then certainly I will move on and I will develop those literacy skills. Now, I really want to say that literacy is a social experience. Literacy is a social experience. So how children use it is how they see others use it. And this is primarily why children hear words that they use words that they hear around them, good and bad. I'm sure many of us have had experiences as teachers of children using very interesting words to describe something. And rather than punish a child for it, we need to be aware that this is because this is what the child hears. This is the language the child hears. This is how they hear literacy being used in their environment. And so this has both positive and negative implications. So we need to advance the positive and ensure that we, kind of put the negative on a down. So here is an example of a little one. Now, this little one here, this is an actual image. He always sees his parents reading. So reading while, reading. They'll sit at a table and read. And so what he does now is every time he's going to get ready to eat, he grabs a book, his favorite book, and he sits down on his little high chair and he's getting ready to read. And he's looking, he's pressing his images, he's reading, looking at, he's reading, he's thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to read. I want to read my book. This is my book. He calls it Moo Moo because he loves the sound of the animal. So he calls it Moo Moo because that's the sound. It's a book that you press and it makes a sound. He loves it because that's what he sees. So he's 18 months and he sees literacy in his home. And so at this stage, he's just saying, okay, well, I know this is what needs, I know he knows the word book. And every time he wants, he says, book, my book, because he sees others reading. He sees his brothers reading, he sees his parents reading. So he wants to be a part of that. He doesn't want to be left out. So he wants to start reading. Now, I hope I have enough time. Miss Thomas, tell me if I have enough time. So here is a story about Jack and the Beanstalk. And I always use this one as well because I think it's so important. So here's a storybook, Jack and the Beanstalk. And in the next slide, a little boy is telling the story of Jack and the Beanstalk because it's his favorite story. And he wants he's retelling it. So I'm going to just share just a couple seconds with you on it. Not all of it, but just a couple seconds.
Story we're going to tell today?
About Jack.
Story about Jack and the Beanstalk.
What's the person that wanted Jack in my house?
Jack was very...
Why is that? Don't have any food or any money.
So Jack's mother told him to...
Take a towel to my food.
But then...
Oh man, came up by him.
The old man asked Jack, "You selling that cow?"
Jack said yes.
Jack said yes. The old man said, "I don't have any
money or any food,
but I will give you
our magic beans."
And Jack said,
"Okay."
But when Jack got home, his mother was very angry. She said, "Jack,
five go if any food. No, don't have any money."
And she took the beans and
Mama, the window.
She threw the beans out the window and Jack went to bed and he
cried for sleep to have any supper.
But the next morning,
Jack saw beanstalk.
He saw a beanstalk. It was really high, all the way up to the sky.
Get a really big beanstalk.
And Jack said, I wonder
what's up there.
I wonder what's up there. So Jack decided to
climb a beanstalk.
And he climbed like this.
He climbed down.
Up. Yeah.
Up.
He climbed all reached the very top
and poke the hip.
and he saw a giant house. Jack walked across the cloud and opened the front door, which was twice as big.
Big I see why. Big I see why.
And he poked his head through and he tiptoed down the long hall and
saw
a giant kitchen. And there was a giant table and giant chairs, and he climbed on top of one of the chairs, and what was on the table?
There's some food.
What kind? What kind of food?
There's some pizza.
There was pizza. What else?
And yogurt, and potatoes, and chicken, and applesauce, and yogurt.
And he was so busy eating, he didn't notice someone had come through the door. It was
the giant lady.
Jack screamed.
He's so scared. He said, don't let me fight. I don't hurt you.
You're welcome to eat my food and take a nap in my bed, but make sure you leave before my husband comes home, for he will surely eat you. And he fell asleep and had the best dreams. But he was woken by the giant lady. She said, Jack, you must get out, for my husband is home. So he ran out, but it was too late. The giant had already come home, so Jack hid behind a sack of flour. And when the giant came home,
All right,
said,
I'm going to stop right here.
I'm
going to stop right here. But so this is just an example of a child who has been exposed to literacy. And so he is just 2, he's 24 months, but he has the vocabulary because he is in a space where literacy is being supported. And so he's developing the language. So you hear use words such as angry and scared. And, even when he's, because he's heard those words in his stories. And so he knows the meaning and he knows how to use them. And so these are some of the strategies that you can actually use to support literacy development with infants and toddlers. All right. So just pretty much, I think we're about wrapped up, but I just want to highlight the importance of ensuring that both parents or caring adults participate in literacy experiences. It cannot just be that mommy is the one doing the reading with the baby. It has to be that daddy is involved. It's also important that both genders participate so that boys can see mommy and daddy reading and that girls can see mommy and daddy reading, or mommy and a caregiving adult, male, or daddy and a caregiving adult, female. So they can see that both genders engage in literacy practices, and that is something that, I can't say that boys don't read, because that's not the case. All right, I am going to finish right now. I do want to thank you so very much, so very much for participating. And if any questions, please let me
Dr.
share
Clark.
Yes.
We had a question from Latoya. She was asking, when you referred to the brain and sharing how the brain looks and the impact of a child who is not stimulated. So she was asking if that can be corrected.
Okay, well, the reality is the developing brain, one of the awesome things about the brain is, especially for a child, is that you can make new connections. So the brain is so important, and the brain is so interesting that if you can't make the connection in the way that you typically would, the brain can make alternate routes to learn something else. So that is actually something that can be done. But I always tell persons, prevention is better than cure. So so if we think about it, if we really want to, try to stop intervening and, have all of these early interventional issues, just provide the kind of support that is really needed for the child, supporting the literacy development. But yes, in some instances, not in all instances, in some instances that can happen.
Okay, thank you. Just some positive feedback from the session has been enlightening. Naomi says she loves how literacy in child language is expressed, right? So thank you for that, Dr. Clark. Also, she indicated that, to fertilize the child's language, just as how you take care of your plants. So you have to nourish it and, water it, give it the sunlight, so it can grow.
Yeah, to get my sweet sauce, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I love sweet sauce.
I'm just checking through to see if there are any other questions. Maxine says she really appreciates the information that was shared, and that toddler, that's how it says that toddler was engaged and shared in the reading, very impressive, right? So lots of positive feedback. Are there any questions? Practitioners, other viewers, parents? Okay. Michelle says 0 to 3 is key, clear steps and strategies shared. Thank you so much, Dr. Clark. All right, so clearly we can see the link to, just engaging our children as early as possible, having them, learning small words from in the womb, as they say, is important. And then encouraging that in the classroom as they grow is very important as well, right? I just want to say a special thank you to Dr. Clark for that very enlightening and informative session. I enjoyed it. I learned a lot, right? The different stages and how listening and reading impacts the young one, right? Thank you so much for joining. Thank you to our participants, our viewers, our practitioners. Just want to employ or just say we want to encourage, as our presenters would have said right throughout the sessions today, inclusion, getting the child involved, and just taking that time out to giving them a nurturing environment, right? That will make a very big impact in Jamaica's early childhood sector, right? Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Clark, for being here today, for taking the time out, for sharing with us. Right? Please remember to fill out the evaluation forms, visit the ECC's website. That's going to ecc.gov.gm. Scroll down to the bottom of the page and click on the links provided to fill out the evaluation forms. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.